Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We have a lot to talk about in terms of the severe weather that's ongoing today. We'll also be discussing what is ahead for tomorrow with that big upgrade to the damaging wind threat across parts of the mid-Atlantic region. We'll be breaking down everything for you in this live stream, but first we're going to start with the tornado warning that we do have ongoing in parts of western Illinois. So as of right now, there are some storms out there. You'll notice again we have some storm activity developing back over in sections basically of western Illinois. We've had multiple tornado warnings already today. We currently have one tornado warning that is going to be west of Springfield by quite a bit. It's a pretty rural area here in western Illinois, not too far from the Mount Sterling area. We have a lot of other storms developing as well, and this is really just the beginning of the tornado risk that we're going to see throughout the really late afternoon as well as into the evening hours. This is going to be a concern for the next several hours with that tornado risk, but as of right now we do have a tornado warning for those just south of Bluff Springs and Beardstown. This has been a storm that has been rotating for quite a while, and this is what it looks like on the velocities right now. This is not your rotation. This is going to be contamination. Our actual rotation is back to the west, which is a little bit less concerning than before. It's not nearly as strong or intense as what we've seen with this particular cell. If we go back a few scans, you'll notice the rotation was a bit stronger before, and it's kind of been hit or miss for the most part. So we might see a tornado out of this. It's definitely not out of the question. We have enough of a low-level jet today. We have some shear as well near this low-pressure system for there to be perhaps a couple of tornadoes here across parts of western Illinois. But this is the main storm that we've been watching for quite a while. There has been a little bit of rotation as well to the south and east with this other cell that is currently going to be approaching Arcadia and eventually going toward Litterbury, back up again just kind of the southeast here of Bluff Springs in western Illinois. This storm has a little bit of rotation and it actually has a pretty well-defined hook right now. Bit of an inflow going to the storm as well, and this would be where a tornado would be located. And if we match it up with the velocities, there is a little bit of rotation perhaps, but it's not really tight or confined yet, but there is definitely a little bit of rotation there. When I talk about rotation, we're looking at the red and greens here on the velocity radar. So the reds mean winds going away from the radar, and then green is going toward the radar. So that's your counterclockwise spin that we usually have with tornadoes, and that's what we're going to have to be watching very closely with a lot of these tornado warned storms today and any other cells that do end up developing. And this is the latest radar scan, so just kind of pointing at a couple things out here. This storm is not tornado warned, but it's not really rotating a whole lot right now. The one back up here to the north and west closer to Beardstown, that one there has a little bit more rotation, but it's kind of weakening out a little bit, so we have to watch this closely. Again, it's a pretty favorable environment here for a tornado risk, and we're going to have to be watching this system really closely over the next several hours as all these storms do move off to the east. We will have to watch another area for storm development as well. Further down here to the south, we have storms that are just beginning to fire now west of St. Louis, and this will be our basically second round of storms, if you will. This will also be posing the threat for some damaging winds and as well as a tornado risk, and we do have again a tornado probability today of 5%. It's not off the charts by any means. This is not a tornado outbreak. This is not a situation to panic in. It is just a low-end threat still for tornadoes. This is the threat of severe weather, though. As you can see, it's a very large area. Slight risk of severe weather goes all the way from Iowa back into parts of even Georgia. There are multiple severe storms down here in Georgia and as well as Alabama with damaging winds currently ongoing, and that cluster of storms currently is pushing down to the south and southeast. Further to the north, we are watching for that tornado threat. That's the main concern right now across parts of the lower Midwest and as well as back through parts of the southwestern Ohio Valley. In terms of that tornado threat for today, as of right now, it is a 5% probability, and it does include, again, a pretty large area here for that tornado risk. It's not a high threat, though. It's still on the lower side of things. There's going to be perhaps maybe an isolated tornado out of a couple of these storms today. That tornado risk goes from about western and northern Kentucky back into southeast Iowa, and the threat in southeast Iowa is beginning to wind down. The main concern from here on out will primarily be across this region here that really extends basically from eastern Missouri back into a pretty large chunk of southern and central Illinois, and then back into parts of Kentucky and southern Indiana. And notice a little bit back up here, we actually do have a small tornado probability across parts of even Lake Erie. This is back in southeast Michigan and northern Iowa. It's a low-end threat. We have to watch this. This can be between about 5 to 7 o'clock Eastern time, so basically now until 7. We'll be watching for a very low chance for an isolated tornado. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything that crazy with these storms. They've been fairly, basically behaving themselves so far across this area. Nothing too crazy as of right now, but we'll still watch that threat closely in case something does start to kind of bubble up out of those storms. But as of right now, again, nothing that crazy back over in parts of Ohio. Back down here to the south, it's mainly a damaging wind threat. I'm not foreseeing a tornado risk, but look at all these black circles here. These are all different reports of damaging, or at least damage to like trees or power lines, and that is due to the damaging wind threat. So if you're anywhere down in Alabama or Georgia, definitely make sure that you are taking the proper precautions today. Make sure you flip over those trampolines, hatch them down. There is going to be a chance here for some flying trampolines today today due to the fact of these damaging winds. We've been seeing a lot of these storms. You'll notice, again, very organized clusters back down in the southeast United States. They are moving very quickly as well, producing damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour with a lot of these storms. None of these, again, are derechos by any means. It's just like an MCS. That's what we're watching here, but it is still a line of storms that will produce some scattered to numerous damaging winds, frequent lightning, and perhaps even maybe, I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but I think the threat out of this system is very low to zero. So I'm not really that concerned about that. Just make sure you're taking the proper precautions for the damaging wind threat. And there's a small little area as well back over here in North Carolina that is more of a, again, a bit more of a disorganized and not really that intense line of storms. It's producing some damaging winds right now west of Cary and west of Raleigh, and this is going to be continuing to move off to the east with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. But I do think that threat of severe weather will start to go down over the next hour over that direction. It's going to definitely become a bit more isolated, even more isolated than it currently is, and then that threat will start to dwindle down here over the next little while. All right, let's go back over to the storms that are currently located in Illinois. As of right now, again, we do have one tornado warning on the map. We've had as many as 3 at points. Right now, we're back down to 1. The tornado warning that is currently ongoing is going to be near the I don't know how to say this name, but it's going to be south of Bluff Springs in this area. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation out of this anymore. This would be your pocket of rotation. It's going to be just to the west of Bluff Springs. It's riding the northern side of this pink polygon, and then that's really the main area. We haven't seen a whole lot so far. It's remained broad. Again, this storm has been behaving itself for the most part. It's going to be associated, though, on the southwest side of the storm. Back near Cooperstown, I do want to kind of keep a close eye on this. A little bit of rotation perhaps here. Let's line this up with the reflectivity. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation that's back near the Cooperstown area, it looks like now beginning to develop on that storm. We have another radar site down here to the south, so we can kind of just match it up and see if that's all kind of verifying. And you'll notice, again, there is some rotation here. It's definitely trying to intensify a little bit on this non-tornado warned cell here that's just south of Cooperstown. And you might notice this very strong area looking of rotation. That is most likely a side lobe contamination. I'm just going to double check as well on this. It is definitely broader rotation from the other angle, but has a little bit of contamination. It's not necessarily a strong rotation by any means right now, but the area that we're primarily watching is back near Cooperstown. That definitely has a better chance, it looks like, of maybe producing a tornado risk. As of right now, again, there is some rotation on that storm that's going to be located just a couple miles to the southwest of Cooperstown. And the back over near the Bluff Springs area, again, very broad rotation. I think this one will be let to expire. The next storm I think we'll have to be watching for is this possible storm that could produce a tornado back near Cooperstown. Now, a lot of lightning with these storms, by the way. Even though they are thunderstorms, there's not really that much lightning. The frequent lightning is not there out of these cells, and the cloud tops aren't overly high either, which kind of goes together, because the positive and negative charges happen more often than not when we have very high cloud tops, and I'm not really seeing a whole lot of high cloud tops today with these storms. They're definitely not nearly as high, like 50,000 feet, for example. They're closer to around 35, 40,000. So just kind of something to throw out there. There's only a little bit of lightning right now, so frequent lightning, not nearly as much of a concern. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That's going to be for the storm in Cooperstown, and this is the one I was just mentioning. Did have some stronger rotation building. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. Warning will go for another 27 minutes. That's until 5 o'clock Central Time. Again, make sure you seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. As of right now, I'm going to try to see if we can get a couple views on this. In terms of the correlation coefficient, we'll just try to check and see if there's been any sort of debris signature on the storm. As of right now, I'm not seeing that from this angle. Let's go to the velocities again. Again, this is where your rotation is. It's not strong, tight, and confined. It's still, I would say, in the moderate stage of things. As of right now, again, south of Cooperstown, about a couple miles south of there, that is where we do have a little bit of strengthening rotation. Correlation coefficient showing a blank right now on the debris. But again, make sure you seek shelter. Treat this as if there were to be a tornado on the ground, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Again, we do have some strengthening rotation right now near the Cooperstown area. So if you're in that region, again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is in Brown County, Illinois, for this latest tornado warning. The storm will be moving east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. These are not quick moving cells, by the way. They're fairly slow, but they are definitely going to be packing a punch with that threat for a tornado, so we have to watch that very closely. But overall, this storm is not the most organized, but it definitely has some organization here. We do have a little bit of a hook, an inflow going to the storm. It's not really in a stage where there's rain out in front of it that could really hinder the overall potential of that inflow, so we definitely do have some of that inflow going to the storm here. That will start start to rotate it and perhaps produce that tornado threat. Rain cool air can sometimes hinder that threat, but we're not really seeing a whole lot of that out in front of the storm, at least in the short distance there within 5 to 10 miles. Again, seek shelter if you're in Brown County. We also have a tornado warning still south of Bluff Springs. This rotation has weakened out for the most part over the last several minutes. I would still stay in your safe place just in case, but the rotation is much weaker than before. There could perhaps be some gusty winds, but I'm not really foreseeing, again, a short-term tornado risk with this. It would probably have to go under a basically a new sort of recycle. It'd have to recycle itself and maybe come back together at some point down the road, but it's definitely weakened out. Again, that's your rotation near Cooperstown, slightly broader in the most recent scan. It will still definitely be something to watch here. Tornado could occur at any time. And one other reminder, we are pretty far away from both radar sites. I mean, we have decent views of it, but just kind of giving you a heads up, the elevation that we're looking at is about 4,000 to 5,000 feet off the ground approximately. So we are definitely looking a little bit off the ground, which can sometimes show you a little bit more what's happening a little bit higher into the clouds. So sometimes at the surface, it might be even at the ground. It might not be nearly as strong, if you know what I mean. So that's just something to kind of keep in the back of your head with these two radar sites that we do have. But regardless, make sure you seek shelter. This, again, that's your rotation. It's near Cooperstown. It'll be moving off to the east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour toward Bluff Springs, and eventually going towards Virginia, Ashland, and Chanderville, in Western Illinois. And further down to the south, again, we are monitoring storm development back west of St. Louis. We'll be watching that closely. There is also a tornado threat down there. We could perhaps see an isolated tornado out of those storms, so we'll be watching that system closely as well. All right, let's go back over to here. This is the latest reflectivity update as of 4:34, and this, again, the latest velocities update. We'll have a new velocities update in just a second, and just kind of give you an evolution of what this rotation's looked like over the last few minutes. You'll notice it's really started to strengthen within the last 5-10 minutes or so. It's really been a pretty quick little blimp here on the radar, a pretty quick little development with this area of rotation. Quickly going to go to the correlation coefficient. Nothing defined. Again, as of right now, the radar cannot confirm a tornado, but we definitely have some rotation there near Cooperstown. Also, if you have any photos or videos, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure, again, if you're taking any photos today, make sure you're taking them safely. And do not go outside if you're under a tornado warning. Make sure you're staying indoors. Some of these tornado warned cells, if you're trying to look for a tornado, it's going to be difficult to see sometimes because of how much rain is falling and etc. And it might be coming from a different direction. Sometimes tornadoes can go faster than what the storm is going, so just make sure you're staying indoors if you're under any tornado warnings today. Again, 2 tornado warnings still ongoing, one south of Bluff Springs and then one for Cooperstown, and that one has now just been canceled. Now the one for Cooperstown is still ongoing, and that is, again, the rotation. It's going to be circled right in there. It's going to be approaching really Cooperstown in the next minute or so, but as of right now, the rotation's been broadening out a little bit. Looks like it's taking a bit of a left-hand turn. You'll notice the rotation kind of going a little bit more off to the north and west, but this is your rotation initially, and now it's kind of going a little bit off toward Cooperstown, which could actually weaken it out a little bit, which would be good news. Again, we might have actually seen a brief tornado here. Definitely not I don't think we've had a confirmation of that at this point, but the rotation was definitely strong enough to the point where we may have seen something brief. But even then, we still definitely have a chance. If it does start to weaken here over the next couple scans, it could recycle. That's the environment that we have today. We have enough shear, again, a strong enough low-level jet for there to be perhaps a couple of tornadoes here across parts of Illinois, Missouri, and as well as back through even maybe southern, Indiana. So we'll be watching that closely as well. Right. Welcome, everybody, by the way. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are in Western Illinois. Currently doing tornado warning coverage, back through parts of Western Illinois right now. Again, severe storms will ramp up a bit more back over in St. Louis in the next hour. They are expected to ramp up between about 5 to 7 o'clock Central Time. So basically, right about the next 20 minutes up until about 7 o'clock, we're going to see more storm activity down there. That was actually primarily what I was going to go live for initially, and then we started to see a couple of these storms starting to rotate. So we'll be doing both. We'll be covering the St. Louis storms. We'll be covering, again, all of Illinois, any of the storms that are happening here. And if storms continue to go through Indiana, still being potentially tornadic, we'll definitely stay live through there. So there's definitely a lot of stuff to cover here throughout the late afternoon and the evening hours. Here's the latest radar scan near Cooperstown. Again, rotation beginning to fizzle out more near the Cooperstown area. Again, this is moving east. I'm not seeing, though, a whole lot of rotation left on this storm. We can go ahead and go back down to the southern radar site near St. Charles in the St. Louis area. And this is what it looks like right now. Again, there is some rotation still remaining, but it's not nearly as intense as previously. I would still stay in your safe place, again, away from windows. This radar site is kind of hinting at maybe some stronger upper-level rotation, or at least mid-level, basically low-level rotation, but more in the cloud base. There might be a little bit more rotation there, but near the surface, not nearly as strong right now. Yeah, this will be going towards, basically, it's going to stay south of Bluff Springs. Eventually, it'll go toward Philadelphia, Little Indian, as well as the Virginia area and Ashland. Those will be the areas in the track of this, and we can quickly time this out as well. It'll eventually go towards Springfield, by the way, so this will be a storm to watch for if you're back over in the Springfield area. But here's your ETA. Springfield, as of right now, is not expected to be hit by the storm for probably another hour, maybe about an hour and a half. It could even be as many as 2 hours. Again, these storms are not quickly moving. They're only going about 20 to 25 miles per hour to the east. So you'll notice all the timing here, the different timestamps in the short term on the left side of your screen. It's not moving very quick, and these storms will be pretty slow throughout the afternoon. So if there are any tornadoes on the ground, it's going to be, pretty slow moving. So tornado, again, a lot of the environment that we're in, brief tornadoes are more likely than not if there were to be a tornado. So that means it would be short-lived. And that means, like, if you're in Bluff Springs, for example, and there's a tornado on the ground here, it's less likely it'll be on the ground then, but it could definitely still be. It's a lower chance overall with the environment that we have, especially with how slow these storms are moving. They're definitely moving pretty slow. All right, latest radar scan just came in. Let's go ahead and take off this. Here's the latest radar scan. We're going to go back over actually to the Lincoln radar site. The newest radar scan will come in about 30 seconds on this one. We're going to primarily stay on this radar site, mainly due to the fact it's a much closer view, and we'll have a better idea of what's happening closer to the surface in comparison to aloft in more of the cloud basin above that. Also, there is a slight risk of severe weather now back near Denver and parts of eastern Colorado. Vince Waelti will actually possibly be chasing that live, so if there's anything crazy happening there, we'll pull him up. But there is going to be a threat over there in Colorado. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, I'm not seeing a whole lot left in the Cooperstown storm. Definitely weakening rotation at this point. And you'll notice really broad. I mean, we're not really seeing any red anymore. Those gray colors represent basically neutral winds, and then the dull greens, the rotation's basically subsided. So this tornado warning will likely be let to expire or even be canceled. They did cancel the other tornado warning south of Bluff Springs not too long ago, so I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel this one as well. We'll have to wait and see on that. And then west of St. Louis, again, we do have a little bit of convection trying to bubble up a little bit. The storm near the Herman area has been struggling to intensify, so we'll be watching that closely as it moves to the east. And then again, the storms that are back over near Jacksonville and again west of Springfield, these ones will still have to be watched for. I mean, they're not rotating nearly as much, but they are kind of colliding with each other now, which means energy is being shared amongst these storms, which may initially kind of weaken that tornado threat, but it might start to increase again as it moves to the east. So we'll have to monitor that closely. Again, we do have a little bit of lightning right now near Virginia and Bluff Springs. These storms, again, moving to the east. Springfield will be impacted by these particular storms within the next 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes from now. Again, they are slow moving, but they're not that slow. They should get there probably within the next 45 minutes or so, as those again continue to move to the east. But this tornado warning, I would say, probably will be let to expire or possibly be canceled here by the National Weather Service. We'll see what the next radar scan shows, and if it's not much, then we'll probably say it's pretty much weakened rotation. What's the worst time for tornadoes? All right, if you're talking about today's event, the peak is basically between about 5 to about 8 o'clock. But with most tornado events, it varies. I mean, we sometimes see nocturnal tornado threats. Sometimes the tornado threats that end up happening are more during, like, the daytime. But typically the best time for any severe weather or any tornadoes is around 6 o'clock or so. Sometimes 7. That's kind of the range. It's usually the late afternoon, early evening has a better chance of a tornado threat. So, yeah, that's typically how it goes. Again, it can vary, though. It's not always the same. Because, again, if it's a nocturnal threat, we can definitely see it at a later time. It varies quite often, depending on the severe weather event. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's check out the velocities again. Velocities not updated yet. They should update in a second. A little bit of lightning picking up here as well. Yeah, here's your latest radar scan. Again, pretty weak and pretty broad rotation. About to move out of the tornado warning within the next few minutes. It'll be going towards Beardstown and Bluff Springs will be next in track of this. So if you're in those areas, some broad rotation at the bare minimum will be heading that direction. Very broad for the time being. Again, it could intensify again. It's not a cell that's really connected to like all this, for example. Like it's not super like clustered together, for example. It's not like, it's not like, I'm trying to use an analogy, but it's not like having a bunch of chocolate chips on one cookie all next to each other. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at chocolate chips like spread apart in a way with this kind of storm. With kind of how this is going, we have a little bit of a semi-discrete cell since we have the storms up here that are back near Rushville, and then our main cell that's rotating is back down here southwest of Beardstown. So this one over here, this whole cluster is really disorganized, and it's also really mingling with each other. So it's going to be kind of a harder situation for those storms to rotate in the next few minutes. But this storm in particular has a bit more of a clean inflow, which could increase again the rotation if it's able to maybe organize itself a bit more as it approaches Bluff Springs and Beardstown. So we'll watch that closely. Hey, thank you, Granny, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Welcome to the velocities. Thank you very much. I'm going to see if we have any photos on the storm real quick. Again, if you have any photos or videos that you've taken yourself, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And that's on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or on X social, if you want to call it that. There was a rotating wall cloud earlier on this storm, by the way. Not this storm, the one that's over here to the east now in Bluff Springs. There was a rotating wall cloud, and that was ongoing for quite a while. And I wouldn't rule out there was a wall cloud with this storm too at one point, maybe back closer to the Versailles area. I might not be saying the name right, but we're going to go with it. South of Cooperstown. There might have been a little bit more rotation there, perhaps maybe a wall cloud of some sort, but as of right now, again, it does not seem to be nearly as intense at this point. Then we have a little bit more convection attempting to develop here a little bit further down to the south. And again, it's kind of like dominoes knocking over each other, what we're looking at here, because we're watching the initial storms that are back up here in the north near Springfield, basically western Illinois. More storm development is beginning to kind of fire here, not really severe by any means, and it's really not even storms yet. They're more of downpours. And then back over here down to the south, we're going to be watching that storm development over the next hour or two back near the St. Louis area. And that is, again, why there is a tornado watch here, and that's why it's a bit more slanted, because the storm development is slightly later than what we're looking at back up here to the north, where the low pressure system is actually located back over in parts of Iowa. And you'll kind of see you'll kind of see that circulation up here. The low pressure system itself is back up in right about here, maybe a little bit further back to the west, but it's basically right around the Des Moines area. That's where your low pressure system is, and that's why we have a little bit more shear, low level jets a little bit stronger, and that's why we do have that tornado risk today. So that's what we'll be watching for. All right, let's go back over to here. We'll stay on this tornado warning for now. First side, thank you. And the tornado warning has now been canceled. So we no longer have any warnings here across at least the Midwest or even parts of the Ohio Valley. And we'll still be watching this closely. Look at this storm over near Montrose, by the way. Back in southeast parts of Iowa. A lot of lightning on this one. There we go. All right, so yeah, again, a lot of lightning here near the Fort Madison area and a lot of lightning near Montrose as well. We're definitely seeing an increased amount of lightning near the Galand area, so that's an intensifying storm. And also back west of Springfield, we are starting to see a little bit more lightning with this. And again, lightning's not always a detection of a strengthening supercell, for example, but it can sometimes be a sign of a strengthening thunderstorm. Frequent lightning can definitely be dangerous. Again, cloud to ground lightning is really a big concern with storms like this, so we'll be watching that closely. But let's go real quickly down to the south and east, back through Georgia as well as parts of Alabama. We do have some live cams down here, so we'll have a view on these storms at times. Just depends on what we're looking at. This is one of the live views back down near Atlanta, Georgia. Again, a little bit of rain right now, nothing too crazy here, but we do have a little bit of that live cam footage, again, north of Atlanta, also the Radar Omega headquarters. You can check this out. Again, nothing too crazy here right now. It's just rain right now, but we do have a line of storms approaching from the west. This will be primarily producing damaging winds, a lot of tree damage, and a lot of power lines down with these storms. You'll notice on here right now, again, near Georgia, this is Cave Spring, Georgia, a tree down on a home in Cedar Town Road in Cave Spring, and that's a frequent little thing that's happening down here in the southeast United States in the Dixie Alley, is the tree damage in addition to that power lines being down. It's a big concern down here in the southeast today because of this damaging wind threat that we're currently seeing, and a lot of frequent lightning, which could also cause the threat even for cloud to ground lightning, which could strike homes and whatnot. So that's obviously a concern down here as well. A lot of storm activity down here. Most of these storms, again, are producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. We currently have a total of 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's a ton down here in parts of the southeast, and that is all because, again, of this damaging wind threat that's moving down to the south and east. And then going into tomorrow, I do want to mention this. I have wanted to talk about this. Let me go ahead and pull this up. But tomorrow, it's an interesting day tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure if I'll be live for this yet, but we have a very large enhanced risk of severe weather that goes all the way from the mid-Atlantic back into parts of the southeast United States. This is a very interesting day, I'll say that, because this is the first ever 45% risk of damaging winds that's ever been issued for parts of Maryland or even Virginia, at least northern Virginia. We have a 45% probability for damaging winds tomorrow. That is something that does not happen very often, especially on the East Coast. But this will be primarily a damaging wind threat tomorrow. There's not even a hatched area. As of right now, it could obviously change, but damaging winds up to about 70 miles per hour is the main concern, but potentially a numerous to even maybe widespread risk of that closer to Baltimore and Washington, D.C. And here's what the timing looks like just for the rest of today and as well as into tomorrow. The timestamp will be at the top of your screen. I'm going to try to zoom by today. We'll go into tomorrow's threat. And you can see this is the threat going to the overnight hours. That is the threat that's coming out of Illinois that'll start to kind of ramp up over the next few hours. But by tomorrow, you'll notice again, look at this line of storms that's going to develop. This is by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Pretty pronounced line of storms back over in West Virginia. By 3 o'clock, we have damaging wind potential moving through areas like Baltimore, southern Pennsylvania, and back through northern Virginia, and eventually going closer to 5 o'clock, this line continues to move to the east. So very interesting to say the least with that 45% probability, but it is more likely than not there will be damaging winds in that area. Potentially, again, numerous to widespread is the biggest concern tomorrow in terms of the damaging wind threat. There is a tornado risk. It's on the lower side of things, but it definitely still does exist. I don't think this will get upgraded to 10%, but, you know, you never know. As of right now, it's a 5% probability across this area. For at least a couple of tornadoes being possible, wouldn't rule out a few tornadoes across this entire region. Again, that 2% probability goes from New York back through parts of northern Georgia and Alabama, and that will be where we're watching for perhaps a few tornadoes across that entire region. But the greatest tornado risk is in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and then back through Maryland. So we'll be watching, again, that threat closely tomorrow. I'll probably have a video on that tomorrow morning at the bare minimum, and if I can go live tomorrow afternoon, we will go live for that. So we'll see what happens with that. Can it go moderate tomorrow? I wouldn't rule out it goes moderate with the damaging wind threat, but it might be a bit of a stretch. We'll have to wait and see what the Storm Prediction Center says on that. But I would say, if I'm going to give a probability, which I usually don't give probabilities on risks, I would say it's a good 40% chance it goes to moderate, 60% chance it doesn't. Just in my opinion. Again, it can always change. And it's not a hatched area, which is that's even more rare. I don't know if we've ever had a day where there's a damaging wind threat of 45% that's not been hatched. It's one of the weirdest things. I don't think I've ever seen that before, so that could be the first. All right, let me change the title real quick. I have this. Is this hitting Chicago? Chicago will be all right today. I mean, I'm not really expecting anything up here. Let's go through the future radar here, but it's going to be mainly rain if you see anything, which if you want some rain, today might be the day for you. But this is what the future radar looks like here for the next few hours. Yeah, I'll be watching for storms to fire up near St. Louis between now and about 7 o'clock. Eventually by 8 to 9 o'clock, this becomes more of a, might become an MCS over, or really during the late evening as well as into the overnight hours, which will be mainly a damaging wind threat, which again, MCS is a mesoscale convective system, fancy word for a cluster of storms producing damaging winds. By 9 to 10 o'clock, this moves to the east. You might see a little bit of rain overnight, maybe tomorrow morning with that low pressure system, but I'm not seeing any severe weather in your future if you're in the Chicago area by any means. And really anywhere near, even like anywhere south of Chicago even, I really don't expect much. I think the main threat of severe weather will probably stay for the most part south of Bloomington. Maybe some gusty winds if you're back up near Peoria or Bloomington, but I'm not foreseeing anything that crazy tonight. In terms of at least, again, a tornado risk or even really, if there's any severe weather, it'd be gusty winds or maybe like damaging winds up to 60. That'd be about it. But gusty winds are not a severe, technicality. It's 58 miles per hour or greater, which I think is a pretty low chance there for today. Let's real quickly check the velocities. We haven't looked in a little bit. I'm just gonna see if we have any rotating cells at all right now. Anything to watch for. Maybe a little bit of rotation near the Little Indian area. That's gonna be west of Ashland. Just a little bit. It's pretty broad right now, but that's going to be near Littlebury as well as the Arcadia area. So maybe a little bit of broad rotation. It's nothing that intense as of right now. The storm that was tornado warned back over near Cooperstown, that has lost its rotation entirely. It's not rotating much at all right now. It could obviously re-strengthen in the near future. And then this was the other cell that was tornado warned at one point. That is really hardly rotating right now. So if anything, I think it's actually pretty much, it's almost not even a thunderstorm anymore. There's only a couple lightning strikes here in the past 15 minutes. Further down to the south, again, we do have a few cells beginning to fire off. None of these are storms yet. Right now, west of St. Louis, the storms that are trying to develop are struggling, possibly due to a cap or some sorts, maybe some sinking air, but I'm assuming so much it's probably just a cap in place. I have not checked the sounding for St. Louis. I'm going to go ahead and check that real quick. But there might be a cap in place, or it might be trying to become overcome, basically. It's possible. Just gonna double check. I only have this morning's, actually St. Louis does not have a sounding, but further to the north, it looks like there is a little bit of a cap in place here. That might perhaps decrease the, or not really decrease the threat of severe weather, but it might hinder the overall development of these storms, which would all in essence potentially do that. But we don't have a sounding in St. Louis. I thought St. Louis sent off soundings. Maybe not. I know southwest Missouri and basically central Illinois are the two areas with the closest sounding data, but that's from about 7 a.m. this morning, so it's not recent. But it's always good to look at. Sometimes in the morning, you can see like the cap in place on a sounding. And if you have no clue what I'm talking about, it's a SKU-T model. I'll pull it up on, let me find a weather sounding real quick. So we don't have any tornado warnings right now. I'm just going to pull this up real quick. But this is what a sounding looks like. Again, it is essentially a graph that goes from 1,000 millibars to 100 millibars, giving us an idea of the temperature and the dew point and anything else like the wind or like the wind shear, for example. We have all the wind bars here. Again, it looks really complicated, but it's easy to break down. This is your lifting condensation level, your level of free convection, or I can't remember what else. I took aviation meteorology like a year ago, and I can't remember that. Back up to the equilibrium level, and that's basically where the cloud tops will be cut off at, so about 200 millibars. It's about 12 kilometers. And this is back over in, I think that was Southwest. I don't remember where that was. I think that might have been Southwest Missouri. But yeah, that's basically what you can look at that, or level of free convection, I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, that's a weather sounding. Looks very complicated, but those are pretty useful for certain environments, depending on what the day is. It just really depends on if there's like, you know, really the soundings can be very useful because of the tornado risk. We can kind of dissect it a bit more. If there's a cap in place, for example, which a cap is essentially like, basically when we go up a few, I keep stuttering, a few thousand feet up into the atmosphere, a cap is essentially like a layer where warmer air is over colder air, and it kind of cuts off clouds from developing. So that's a big hindrance, because if you have a cap in place, let's say this is like your, you know, like this is the ground here, and this is where your cloud's trying to form, then the temperature all of a sudden is increasing for a brief amount of time in the atmosphere. That cloud won't be able to pass until either the air below starts to either warm up, or if the air aloft starts to cool down. And that's a process, and then eventually when that happens, the clouds just build up. So that's how it works. I have a video and a tutorial on that on my YouTube channel I made like a year ago. But caps are very common in the southern plains. They're not nearly as common here in parts of the Midwest, but they sometimes come into play. Sinking air could also be a factor too. All right. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll be answering some of those. While we do have a little bit of a breather in between the severe weather action. Again, we've already had a couple tornado warnings so far. As of right now, we're not looking at any tornado warnings actively. Not a whole lot of rotation on any of these cells right now. I'm not seeing anything that's particularly concerning for the time being. Obviously, we are monitoring all these storms very closely in case something does start to kind of fire off here in the next 30 minutes. They will be approaching Springfield, Missouri, or Springfield, I'm used to saying Springfield, Missouri, Springfield, Illinois here pretty soon, as well as the Sherman area, basically the Springfield suburbs. And then back near St. Louis, this is an area that we'll be watching for some storm development, but so far, none of these storms have become severe. They have been well below severe limits, and they have not even become thunderstorms yet. So we'll be watching them closely, but so far, we're not looking at anything too crazy for those areas for the time being. My area is in the 5% tornado risk tomorrow. Yeah, you're back over in West Virginia. There's definitely West Virginia or even Northern Virginia back through Maryland. Definitely a chance there for a tornado threat. Real quickly, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. I just want to go over this back over in Colorado. Vince Waelti's over here again. We might pull up his live stream if something interesting happens. As of right now, I don't think he's live yet. Maybe he's going live shortly. I could be mistaken. He might already actually be live. I have not checked. Let me check real quick. No, he's not live yet. But if he goes live on this storm, we might go, or actually he's going live, it looks like right now. But yeah, if he goes live, we might go over to him. We'll see if he has any storm structures on this one. This is back over in Colorado, some quarter-sized hail. The main concern over here will be large hail and some damaging winds. Yeah, Vince is just, as of now, looks like he's about to go live. It looks like he's intercepting a pretty decent storm over here. And these storms have just literally fired off, and there's going to be more of these over the next little while. And they'll move to the east. And this area is kind of interesting because we go to the current risk of severe weather. There's a very slim little slight risk of severe weather from Colorado Springs back through Lamar. Very small little area, and we were covering this area yesterday. We had some interesting storms. Vince Waelti was chasing with us, and it was a very interesting event to say the least. All right, let's go back over to here. Again, there is a slight risk of severe weather here across parts of the lower Midwest. So far, nothing too crazy. We've had a couple tornado warnings, but it started off pretty intense with those two rotating cells at the very beginning of the stream. So far, though, in the last 15 minutes, rotation has really dwindled down. Storms are much more disorganized, which will probably allow for our next little round of storms to start to develop here in the next 30 minutes. Let's go to this Jacksonville storm real quick. Yeah, nothing too crazy right now. I'm not seeing anything too insane in terms of rotation, but we'll be watching it closely to see if anything does end up developing on these cells. Yeah, Vince Waelti's now live. We'll pull him up if anything, if he goes on any storms. I think he's pulled over right now. Pi, I'm not sure why that's happening. Oh, now you're typing. All right. I was about to say, I was just like, what? I've never seen that before either. Might have been internet. Remember one day we had 10 tornadoes in Pennsylvania? Hopefully that'll never be a repeat. That's crazy. What year? Is that recent? There's currently no significant damaging wind threat with that event back over in Pennsylvania or Maryland. Southern Pennsylvania or Maryland. It's very interesting. Again, I've never seen that before. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe to the channel if you've not already as well. And we'll be live here covering the severe weather if anything does start to intensify. But so far, again, things have remained on the quiet side so far in terms of at least the tornado risk. In the last 15 minutes, I'll say. Before the last 15 minutes, it was a little bit more active. But we have a lot of lightning with these storms. Obviously, they are thunderstorms. We are seeing a lot of lightning approaching the Springfield area. Again, lightning detection is on. Back up here to the north and west, closer to the Montrose area. And I believe Fort Madison near La Harpe in western Illinois, there is a lot of lightning with those storms as well. So they're intensifying thunderstorms, but overall the rotation has not been too insane in the last little while. But there's definitely a good amount of lightning out of these thunderstorms. That is definitely ramping up over the last several minutes near Beardstown and Ashland. We are definitely seeing a good amount of lightning right now. So see if that starts to ramp up anymore. How about Indianapolis tonight? Yeah, let me do a future radar. I haven't really done a detailed breakdown here, but this is your future radar for tonight across parts of the lower Mississippi Valley, or lower, I keep saying, why do I keep saying weird places? Lower Midwest, and as well as the Ohio Valley. But this is what it looks like for timing tonight. So this is by 7 o'clock. That's about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. This is what it'll look like by then. We're going to have a lot of storm activity ranging from St. Louis back through parts of Springfield, Taylorsville, Decatur. That's where our main area of storms will be. And where the severe weather will lie is going to be associated in this area. That is where we have the greatest instability. That's where we have buoyancy available with the higher dew points that are currently available here as well. And as well as the shear that is currently in this region, as well as the stronger low-level jet. Eventually going closer to 8 o'clock, storms will be rolling toward eastern Illinois. And again, the tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock Central Time. So this is by 8 o'clock. The storms will be getting to the eastern side of that tornado watch by then. You'll notice back near Jacksonville, Quincy, and even St. Louis, those areas will be winding down by 8 o'clock. So the tornado watch will likely be canceled by around 8 o'clock from those areas. By 9 o'clock, storms moving into parts of, again, eastern Illinois, eventually getting toward the Indiana and Illinois border. By 10 o'clock, storms will be rolling into Indiana, but I have to go to the other radar here. So this is about 9 o'clock. Then this is 10 o'clock. Again, storms will be approaching Bloomington and eventually going toward Indianapolis. And by 11 o'clock, storms rolling through those areas with mainly a damaging wind threat. I think Indianapolis will be a hit or miss. It's going to be a bit basically about a 50-50 if you actually get damaging winds there. Eventually by midnight to 1 in the morning, they move to the east. And overall, due to daylight heating ending and this being a long-lasting MCS, this will likely start to bow out and weaken out past midnight tonight. But there will still be a chance for some isolated to scattered damaging winds from about Evansville and Owensboro back through Cincinnati into southwest Indiana. And eventually by 2 to 3 in the morning, those storms are continuing to move to the east, and then that will lead into our next threat of severe weather, which is on tomorrow with that 45% probability back over in parts of Maryland and northern Virginia, which again is a very interesting threat tomorrow. Let me pull up that severe weather threat. So again, if you're just tuning in, you haven't already heard, there is a 45% probability for damaging winds tomorrow. Pretty rare one, by the way. It's not even a hatched area, but this is for numerous to widespread damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour across areas like Baltimore and Washington, D.C. This is, again, a 45% probability of damaging winds. Very rare. It's an enhanced risk of severe weather, but that's a 45% probability inside an enhanced risk, which I've never actually really, I don't think I've ever seen that before, where we have a 45% probability of damaging winds without a moderate risk. Usually there's something tied to it which makes it a moderate risk of severe weather, but this time around, we don't. It's a damaging wind threat, so very interesting there. Thank you, Army, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate you becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Army. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you. What's the chances of Tennessee being in the 45% chance? I highly doubt Tennessee will be in the 45% probability. Let me go back to the future radar here. I'll kind of show you what it looks like. It's going to be a little bit less organized, initially at least, in Tennessee tomorrow. This is what, the future radar looks like. The timestamp's at the very top of your screen. It's right here. It's in Central Time, by the way, so keep that in mind. So basically add an hour if you're on the East Coast. This is what it looks like by tomorrow morning, about 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning Eastern time. Again, storms really, overall, not really out there. Maybe a little bit of storm activity there. But this is your damaging wind threat by about 1 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if the enhanced risk goes a little bit further back to the west. I don't think there will be a moderate risk or even a 45% probability here. But then damaging winds, again, moving to the east by about 4 o'clock. I think we can pull up the damaging wind on the early, let me see if I can find it. I think there's a way to show wind gusts on here, which might actually kind of show you where the highest winds will be located out of this. So we'll do a little loop on this real quick. Yeah, you never know. There could always be a moderate risk of severe weather, but I would say it's about a 40% chance it actually does happen. 60% it doesn't. I'd be a little bit surprised if we went to a moderate risk for damaging winds being under 70 miles per hour. This is what it looks like, though. I mean, there is a pretty decent, at least the HR model, as the latest full run, is indicating some higher damaging wind potential on that leading edge through parts of Tennessee. Let's go back to 23. So this is what it looks like initially. I wouldn't rule out that the enhanced risk gets extended back, maybe, but I don't know if we'll go to a moderate risk, or at least the 45% probability here. Just by the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern. And that's a pretty organized area of damaging winds, though, at least what the HR model is hinting at. It's all across this entire area, which, again, is very impressive. This is going to be an interesting event tomorrow, to say the least. It'll be very interesting to see how it plays out, because I don't know the last time we've seen a full-blown line of storms extending basically from the northeast to the southeast in a given day. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, but definitely damaging winds being the main concern. If you're anywhere across the East Coast and you're watching this, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, and definitely take the proper precautions tonight and not tomorrow. You should take those well ahead of time. That means covering plants over. If you have vehicles that are left outside, I would recommend taking them in case like a tree falls or something else happens like large hail, which large hail is a lower threat tomorrow, but it's, it's not out of the question. Trampolines, again, flying trampoline meter for today is definitely at a high level. Let me pull up the flying trampoline meter. We'll pull it up real quick. Today's flying trampoline meter is a little bit lower. I'll find it real quick. But here's your flying trampoline for right now. It could go to extreme. It just depends on if that risk does expand a bit more. But right now it is a high risk of flying trampolines. An extreme risk is not out of the question. I will probably not go to Gone Forever. That's usually for high risks of severe weather. Also, the medium risk of severe weather, that is for, or medium risk of flying trampolines, that is for today. So that is across this area. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning that is going to include areas near Fort Madison. So seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Not that far away from the very intense amount of lightning that's been happening with this storm. It's been a impressive storm, to say the least. Your rotation is going to be located over here south of Fort Madison, not too far away from Dallas City either. Dallas City is included in this tornado warning, and seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this has just been issued in the last 30 seconds. It includes Dallas City, Nauvoo, as well as Ponte Osuck, I think. I'm not sure how to say that name, but it's one of the, it's something like that. Those are the 3 main locations included in this tornado warning. Again, this does not include Fort Madison. It is just to your south. It's not in Fort Madison, Iowa, but it is in, again, western and parts of even northwestern Illinois. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is in Hancock County in Illinois. That's the latest on this specific tornado warning. Again, moving to the east right now, I'll be going towards Durham and eventually toward La Harpe. And thank you as well, Don, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate it. Welcome to the velocities. All right, let's go back to over the reflectivity. This is what it looks like. Again, this is your hook right now in the storm, inflow going to the storm. And that is where right now the rotation is located. And it's possibly going to be rain wrapped as well. So if you're in this area, don't be trying to look outside. Make sure you're staying indoors and away from windows. Make sure you're on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home and you're out in front of this storm, it is best for you to get to a structural building that you've planned out ahead of time. Definitely make sure you have those plans in place if you're out in front of it as well. If you're in like La Harpe or Blandonsville, if you're back over those directions, this tornadic storm will be heading that direction. So if you're over in those areas, definitely have a plan in place just in case you do end up going under a tornado warning. You're going to want to make sure you go to a structural building because mobile homes are not safe in tornado warnings, especially even severe thunderstorm warnings. High winds can definitely do some serious damage to a mobile home. And rotation right now located near the Nauvoo area, and it's moving to the east toward Adrian and Durham. If you're in those locations, again, stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. And the velocities have not yet updated. This is about 3 minutes old. Just a little heads up there. This is what it looks like, by the way, a little loop of it, but that's the rotation. It's been pretty much sitting back over here near the Nauvoo area. It's not moved a whole lot. It's been very, very slow moving for the most part. But the latest radar scan is not yet coming on the velocities. It's slightly a little bit further off to the east now. And you can see all the lightning. It's a little bit easier to see now, but you can see the lightning. It's not crazy, but there's definitely an increased amount of lightning there. Here's the latest radar scan, again, picking up on the rotation a little bit. Those reds are representing winds going away from the radar, and the green is toward the radar. It's counterclockwise spin. That is your rotation, and that is where we could have a tornado at any time. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. What I just pulled up on here is the correlation coefficient. That gives us an idea if there's any debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, and I'm not yet seeing that here west of Adrian. So for the time being, we are not seeing a tornado at the current moment of this radar scan, but again, it could happen at any time. So make sure you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yes, there have been multiple tornado warnings already today. We had a lot of tornado warnings further to the south of this particular storm. This is the furthest north tornado warning we've had today. And probably the furthest north that we've actually seen rotation out of one of these storms today. So we had a lot more rotation further to the south with those other cells that are west of Springfield, Illinois. But those ones currently are a lot weaker than before. They're not as organized. But this is the one that's much more organized right now. What we got cooking right now? We got a lot of tornado warnings that we've had so far today, but most of the action has been confined into Illinois, primarily on the southern and western side of Illinois. This in particular is in the very furthest western, almost the furthest western point of Illinois. It's kind of in southeast Iowa. This is the state border. Let me zoom out just a little bit since we're in between radar scans. This is what it looks like, though. Again, this is our most intense storm, I'd say, right now. We do have some intensifying storms back down near Springfield as well. These have been intensifying quite a bit in terms of at least thunderstorm activity. Not really a whole lot of rotation, though, but these will definitely be something to watch for. And I think the intensity of these storms will start to pick up more over the next 30 minutes, especially since, again, the peak of tornado threat should be around 6 to 7 o'clock today. And then back down near St. Louis, this is an area that I thought we'd have a little bit more storm activity by now, but nothing has really transpired so far. So that's what we're kind of looking at here across the board. But the storms west of Springfield will definitely still have to be watched for. That tornado threat could definitely increase as the storms do move a little bit further off to the east. And here's the latest radar scan, back to a bit of broader rotation at this time. Again, we are looking a little bit more elevated from off the ground. So the radar beams, they're looking into the sky more. And what we're looking at from this far away, I mean, I don't know how far this radar site is. Let me check. But we're probably looking about 5,000 feet up into the air, is my guess. We are currently about 85 miles away, so maybe a little bit less than that, but we're basically around that 4,000 to 5,000 foot range where the radar site is looking up into the clouds more, so the rotation is going to be more at the lower levels of these storms still, but it's not going to be nearly at the surface. But that's your rotation, a little bit more aloft, and that is right now what we're looking at. It's going to be near the Nauvoo area, moving to the east toward Adrian and Durham in Illinois. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. There is a chance that this could drop a tornado at any time, but as of right now, again, we're not seeing anything too out of the ordinary yet. There's definitely no confirmation as of right now of a tornado, but one could happen at any time. Correlation coefficient, again, not indicating any debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. We are looking for more of a blue or orange color in this area. We are not seeing that. So there's not actively a tornado against radar indicated rotation, but there could be one at any time. Pretty clean inflow into the storm as well. And then again, we have that little hook on this. So it's a pretty defined area where we could see the tornado, but it's likely going to be rain wrapped. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. I know it's serious when I go live. I do try to go live for a lot of various severe weather events. This one in particular caught my eye because of the tornado risk more than anything. And so far, things have not been too out of the, it hasn't been too crazy yet. I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes to this point. We've had, obviously, multiple tornado warnings, but we've not had a confirmation of one, from my understanding. But, obviously, that is subject to change. So, we'll be still watching it closely, but you never know. Yeah, again, Vince Waelti at the bottom right of your screen. I'm going to go in and out in a little bit, but he's back over in Colorado, so if anything does crazy happen there, we'll go back to him. But right now, nothing crazy happening. Colorado has a little slight risk of severe weather, so it's mainly for hail. He stayed over in Colorado today, which going from Colorado to Illinois would have been a very long drive. I just want to throw that out there. So he stayed over in Colorado, even though there's a risk over here today and then into tomorrow. He wanted to stay over there, which I don't blame him for. That's a very long drive after a very long day yesterday. So this storm in particular, if you're wondering where it's going to be heading next, it's going to be moving primarily to the east. And it's not very quick, but it will continue to move to the east, maybe a little bit east-northeast. The areas that will be in the track of this long term would be Peoria, but it will probably not be as severe. If not, it probably will not be severe by then. If you're back near Canton or London Mills, you might be catching the storm maybe as a severe storm by then, but again, the risk of severe weather with this particular cell as it moves further to the east and northeast, it's going to become a little bit less severe over time, mainly due to the environment that we're in. This is not going to be nearly as strong or intense in this region particularly, so if you're over there, it's not nearly as much of a concern for a tornado risk. If you saw anything, it would probably be gusty winds. Bloomington is kind of in the same boat, and if you're back near Springfield, you're pretty much in the bullseye here for these 3 different thunderstorms that are off, not far from you, just off to the west, and these will all have a possibility for producing severe weather. And look at this nasty storm right now. This is not tornado warm, but this storm here is getting a pretty well-defined hook echo right now on it. It's not yet really, it's not rotating a whole lot. The rotation is nowhere near it. It's a side lobe contamination, but you know, we're not seeing anything here that is rotating, but this is definitely a storm to watch for during the smoothing. But yeah, this storm is beginning to get a little bit of a hook echo west of Springfield. There'll be something to watch for. It's becoming more discreet. That's definitely a concern. If you're back to your Springfield, Illinois, or you know anybody there, just make sure they're staying weather aware. Again, not rotating as of right now, but it could start to ramp up in the next few minutes. The 7 p.m. tornado risk, I'll probably be here for it if it's still ongoing by then. Again, here's the latest radar scan on the storm back up near the Dallas City area, south of Fort Madison, Iowa. Again, this is in western Illinois. Approaching Adrian, the rotation's still a bit more on the broad side of things. Could start to strengthen. We'll have to wait and see. It'll be going toward Durham and La Crosse and La Harpe. And if you're included in this pink polygon, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The storm is beginning to get a little bit more organized. It has a pretty clean inflow right now, so that inflow can help to rotate the supercell even more than what it is right now, and that could perhaps increase the tornado risk as this moves further to the east. And this currently includes Nauvoo and Dallas City. Those are the 2 main locations that are included in this tornado warning in western Illinois. There could be a new tornado watch for Indiana later today, but it's all going to depend on what happens here over the next few hours. I wouldn't rule out it goes into parts of southwest Indiana, but I don't know if we'll go to a tornado watch, and I don't know if we'll have a watch. It really depends on what evolves here over the next few hours. But if you're like southwest Indiana, maybe northern and western Kentucky, there's a chance of that. But again, it's kind of too far-fetched right now because you kind of have to see how this all evolves over the next few hours. And after sunset, these storms will not be nearly as intense. They will be mainly a damaging wind threat, I'd say, after sunset, and perhaps maybe an isolated tornado or two. So it might be a severe thunderstorm watch if there is a watch. I'd expect that more than anything. Because this will become, again, more of an MCS by then. And the tornado threat should go down from that. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Springfield. Again, this is a storm that I'm watching very closely right now near the Springfield area. It has a very nasty looking hook right now. It's hooking very intensely. It's again not rotating really that much right now, at least from when I looked a second ago. Again, not really a whole lot of rotation. This will be where that rotation will be located. It is very weak if there is any right now, but this will be something to watch for. Again, it's not a tornado possible right now, at least from the National Weather Service. Again, it's not really rotating, but it looks pretty intense by the looks of it. Again, that's a hail core right there. That is quarter-sized hail, so that's 1-inch diameter hail that could cause some dents to vehicles. So make sure if you're in the Springfield area, well ahead of time, you bring your vehicle into a garage if you're able to. But again, this is a storm that definitely has to be watched for very closely. It definitely has a hook. I mean, this is a very intense hook for not really rotating that much, I'll say that. But yeah, we'll see how that evolves. As of right now, again, not really rotating a whole lot, but as it moves to the east, we'll see if it evolves into anything in terms of a tornado risk. Otherwise, it'll be producing mainly damaging winds and maybe some hail. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, back west of Adrian, there is still some rotation, but it's broadening out quite a bit on this particular tornado warning cell. So I'll have to watch it closely, but the rotation is definitely weaker than a few minutes ago. So that's good news so far. I highly doubt Michigan will be under tornado watch, especially with how things have gone up there so far. That is a highly doubtful for that area. All right, let's go back and zoom out just a little bit. I am going to real quickly go down to the southeast. Storms are approaching Atlanta. Again, this is the other area that we have some severe weather ongoing. Severe thunderstorm warning count is a little bit lower than before, but there are some severe storms here. Again, these are mainly damaging winds if you're down in the southeast United States, and a lot of lightning. And make sure you take those proper precautions before those storms get here. Atlanta, Georgia could be in the track of a damaging windstorm here up to 60 miles per hour. So we'll be watching this closely as it moves to the east. Again, our main priority of this stream will be tornado warnings, but if there are no tornado warnings, we'll definitely obviously go down to that sort of activity. But for right now, we have some pretty intense storms over here. Again, this is a tornado, or a severe thunderstorm warning storm, excuse me, back over near Alexander in the New Berlin area. This has a pretty well-defined hook. Again, it has that hook shape, but it is not rotating as of right now, at least at a strong magnitude. So we don't have a tornado warning on this. This is also not a tornado possible, so it's not at that point where we have to see, basically it's not at the point where it's a huge concern as of right now for a tornado risk. But if it continues and it has this sort of trend with that inflow going into the storm, very clean, by the way, clean inflow, staying semi-discreet for the most part, that tornado threat could increase as this approaches Springfield, Illinois. So we'll be watching that closely. But as of right now, again, it's not nearly as intense as it could be. And again, it could intensify a little bit over the next few minutes. We'll wait and see. Again, here's your tornado warning right now. It's back up in western Illinois. This is near the Dallas City and Nauvoo area, excuse me. Again, seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is south of Fort Madison in southeast Iowa. Yeah, there's a lot of storms in that area, so that's also the reason why it might not be rotating as much. There's multiple reasons, but that would probably be one of them at least. There's a lot of storm activity there, and when you're sharing the same cookie amongst a bunch of people, the energy is going to be a lot less. So what's essentially happening down there. There's a lot of storm activity in the same area. I don't know why I reference everything to cookies. Makes me hungry. All right, now let me go over to Twitter real quick. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you have any photos or videos of these storms. Again, make sure you're taking photos and videos safely, especially if you're in a thunderstorm. Here's the latest radar scan on the tornado warning cell. Again, rotation's weakened very much over the last few minutes. It's very broad at this point. I don't think this will be issued into a new tornado warning at this point. Rotation is, again, much, much weaker than previously. But still something to watch. Again, it could re-strengthen. If we go back a few scans, you'll notice it was a little bit stronger back near the Nauvoo area, and then now near Adrian, there's not nearly as much rotation there. It's broadened out quite a bit. Might have another little pocket rotation attempting to develop now near Adrian. That's perhaps something that's happening, but even then, it's still on the weaker side for the time being out of this particular storm. Where did I say there's the least risk? The least risk for today, Texas. It's very hot. There's no storms. That's a very broad question. All right, let's go back over to the south. We're going to go back down towards Springfield. And this is west of Springfield, Missouri. We do have some rotation attempting to develop, it looks like. Let me just double check here. And we have to kind of line this all up. It might just be, yeah, it's way out in front of the storm right now, so it's not really rotating yet. As of right now, at least this is the 523 radar update on the velocities. 521 radar update is the reflectivity. So again, this is your storm right now west of Springfield. This is not tornado warned. Again, I'm just going to keep reminding you of that because I have the tornado warning tag on, but this is a severe storm producing quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm still monitoring the tornado risk very closely, though, because it is a storm that has that possibility. If it is able to become more organized, right here, northwest of New Berlin, that is where a hail core is currently located that could produce some very large hail potential as it moves to the east. It's definitely intensifying in terms of that hail core. Look at that hail core. Wow, it's actually appearing on the correlation coefficient, which means it's probably a lot of hail, perhaps even some large hail. I wouldn't be surprised if this storm does get upgraded to a larger hail threat. Rotation, though, it's not really rotating a whole lot yet. It's still, again, out in front of that storm, so it's not really rotating at the current time, but it's still something to watch for, perhaps for a tornado risk as it continues to move to the east. It has a very clean inflow, and it'll definitely be something to watch for very closely. All right, go back up to north on the current tornado warning. Thank you, Mike, for the $100 donation. Holy cow. Real quickly, tornado warning update south of Dallas City. Again, this is way broader than before. Still tornado warning for the time being. Just going to see if there's any new reports on this. But as of right now, no new reports on this particular storm. But if you're near the, basically south of Dallas City, east of Nauvoo, again, stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Rotation is much weaker than before near Adrian, though, so not nearly as concerning. Again, west of La Crosse, but still stay in your safe place just in case. Again, this storm is really it's really jumbled up with itself. There's a lot of rain activity right now. Not seeing nearly as much rotation on this at this point. The rotation's very well weakened out. And if you're wondering what the rotation looks like on radar, again, this is the winds going away from the radar. That's wind going toward the radar. It's very, very broad at this point. There's nothing really there in terms of organization, but still stay in your safe place for at least the next few minutes until the warning's lifted officially from the National Weather Service. But again, thank you, Mike, for the $100 donation. I really do appreciate that. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Mike from Florida. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you. I go live a lot, so I do appreciate it. Yeah, the one near Springfield, again, it's not near, I mean, it's definitely a supercell. It has a little bit of rotation, but it's not in the spot where it needs to be for a tornadic supercell at this current time. We definitely have a hail core, though, west of Springfield. Notice that here. There's definitely a hail core, and that's likely in the range, again, of ping pong ball sized hail at this point, maybe even a little bit larger than that. That's the biggest concern right now out of this storm. And then back near Berlin. Again, New Berlin's going to be on the track of that area. Not really in terms of the hail threat. Let me go back to the velocities here. There will be a chance for damaging winds, though, near New Berlin. Again, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds is possible with this storm as it moves to the east. But otherwise, again, it is more of really a lot of lightning right now, and as well as the hail threat. This hail core is definitely intensified over the last several minutes. That's west of Springfield, so definitely something to watch for as it continues to move that direction. The purple right here, if you're talking about the purple on the reflectivity, that is indicating a hail core of some sort, if not just heavy rainfall. Depends on what we're talking about. With this storm in particular, though, that is a hail core. That's, again, probably in the range of $quarter to $half sized hail, maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail there initially, or maybe for like a brief moment west of the Passfield area, in that little black shaded area that you saw before. That could have perhaps been upwards of ping pong ball sized hail there briefly. The correlation coefficient, again, I keep zooming in and out, but this is pretty impressive what the correlation coefficient is showing in terms of the hail core. Again, the correlation coefficient is used more often than not for if there's like a tornado signature, but we can also see hail with it. So we're definitely seeing a lot of hail out of this severe thunderstorm. It's, again, pretty impressive to say the least on that. In terms of the hail core that we're seeing out of a storm like this. Again, this is not a very favorable environment for large to very large hail, at least in this particular area. It was a better chance a little bit earlier out of the initial cells, but since this is still semi-discrete and it's not really flirting a whole lot with the other storms around it, has a bit more of an increased risk there for now with some large to even maybe some very large hail. So there is actually a hatched area for hail today. It's just, I believe, a little bit further back to the west here, but regardless, we are still looking at some large hail out of that storm. Again, if you're just tuning in western Illinois, this is where we do currently have a tornado warning ongoing. This is back near the Durham and Adrian area. Again, rotation is weakened out quite a bit. It's going to be going toward La Harpe. And stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're still included in this pink polygon, that includes parts of western Illinois, south of Dallas City, again, south of Fort Madison, Iowa. It's kind of, again, on the Iowa and Illinois border here in western parts of Illinois in Hancock County. All right, real quickly, I'm gonna go over to this and check Twitter. Just gonna see if we have any photos on these storms. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX on any of these storms. But again, make sure you're taking any photos or videos safely. Please do not go outside, and while a thunderstorm's happening, do not do that. It's very dangerous. Or even if you hear thunder at all, again, when thunder roars, go indoors. If you're under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, you should definitely be inside. All right. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, tornado warning continuing for the time being west of La Harpe in Illinois. Rotation, again, is much broader than before. It's more of the thunderstorm actually itself. It's not nearly as much lightning anymore. We had a lot more lightning previously near Adrian and Durham, as well as the Disco and the Harp area. But again, it's not nearly as much, and this is what you'll notice here near Adrian. We do have not really much left in terms of the rotation. It's very broad at this point, very weak velocities. The winds are weak. It's also embedded in all this rainfall, which again, if there were to be a tornado, would likely be in the rain-wrapped category, but we're not even seeing that right now because the rotation is just so weak on this storm near Adrian. So again, not really as concerning anymore. We'll still monitor it closely as it goes toward La Harpe and perhaps near the Blandonville area, but as of right now, again, the storm itself has been weakening quite a bit. How is St. Louis looking right now? St. Louis has actually been all right so far. The storm activity has not really fired up over here. It's been not too shabby so far. We've only seen a couple of little cells fire off, some showers, downpours, but no storms so far down here. We are beginning to see a little bit more storm activity, but it's well off to your north and east, so St. Louis might get missed by this entire event. I kind of mentioned this a little earlier, but there might be a cap in place, and if there is down there, then that would kind of hinder that threat of severe weather, depending on how strong that cap is. But again, it's kind of unknown what the cap is, because I don't think there has not been a weather balloon that's gone off there today, so at least from what my understanding. Yes, if you have photos, you can also send them to me by email. There's a link in the, or there's an email description, very bottom of it. There's also primarily Twitter, if you can do Twitter, but if not, that's also works. That you off-roading for the 199. Let me just do this real quick. We're going to go back to severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back in between them, but I just want to confuse people. Let's go over to Normal, Illinois. I don't know where this is, so. Bloomington. If you see anything, it would be isolated damaging winds. I don't really foresee a whole lot of severe weather, though, back up near the Bloomington area today. And that goes for anyone basically north of this tornado watch. It's a pretty good tornado watch. I don't think we'll see really a whole lot of severe weather up here to the north, like Peoria or Bloomington. Again, if you see anything, it would be isolated damaging winds, but the further north you go, the lesser chance you have. So if you're in Chicago, I don't see anything happening there today in terms of severe weather. But if you're back near, like, Tuscola, for example, you might see something over there. It's better damaging wind threat over this direction, but yeah, if you're back up near Bloomington, I would say the threat is low. Again, damaging winds would be your main concern. Maybe a brief tornado, but yeah, I kind of expect that threat to stay primarily back out here to the south and west of you. All right, here's the latest update on this tornado warning. They still have this one ongoing for at least the next 13 minutes. Just see if they have any new information. And rotation is located over Adrian. Pretty much a given from what we've had so far. And radar indicator rotation, no other reports on this as of right now, but that's your rotation. Again, it's still pretty broad. It's pretty weak. Again, we're pretty far away from the radar site, though, so things can kind of vary a little bit on that end, since we are looking a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere, not necessarily looking at the surface. But again, make sure you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Is there hit or miss rain in St. Louis? At this point, it's going to be probably more hit or miss. The National Weather Service says the storms will fire up in St. Louis at 6 o'clock. Let me just double check on that. That's a possibility. Again, I did not see a sounding, so I can't really confirm it, but let me look. Yeah, they had an afternoon update. Actually, they just had an afternoon update now. Yeah, so basically what they said as of literally 3 minutes ago, basically the area to watch will be around and just north and west of St. Louis. That's what we've been watching for. Nothing, again, has really come out of it so far. But back over closer to, like, St. Louis, for example, yeah, it's an area to watch. And improving conditions further off to the north, if you're back near Quincy, for example, that area, that entire region, right now is not really as much into a situation for severe weather. It's improving there. Sinky air kind of coming from behind on that end. But yeah, the tornado watch was canceled up there as well. But as of right now, for those in St. Louis, there's still a chance. It's going to really have to come in the next couple hours, though, because after that, sinking air will start to dominate, and we're not going to really see anything that crazy. All right, we do have an update on the severe thunderstorm warning back west of Springfield. Again, this storm in particular has been pretty impressive supercell over the last several minutes. It's not a tornado possible. Again, this is a non-tornado warned cell, but currently closer to New Berlin and the Passfield area west of Springfield, Illinois. It is still a storm that's producing some hail and damaging winds. Our hail core is located right in here near the pinks. That is for the hail potential up to $half size. So if you're in this area, again, stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as a precaution. Again, it's not a tornado warning by any means, but you should still take the proper precautions because trees could fall down. Power lines obviously could go down as well. And if you're near any of those, near your home, it's obviously pretty dangerous if one of those were to fall. But again, we do have a little bit of a hook here. It's just not really rotating a whole lot right now on this storm. This is 534. This is also 533. And not too much rotation as of right now. Might be trying to intensify, though, as it moves off to the east. But right now, where the rotation will be, it's not rotating a whole lot. We'll still watch it closely, though, as it moves off to the east towards Springfield. North Texas does have a marginal threat of severe weather tomorrow. You are correct. And I don't know exactly why, because I did a forecast on this, not on YouTube, but I kind of did like a forecast for on my North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook. And there's not really going to be a whole lot tomorrow. It would be probably during the late evening and into the overnight hours. There might be some storm activity that flirts there along the Red River, primarily though north of the Red River in Oklahoma. So I don't know if we'll really see much out of it, but there's I would say a very low-end threat there tomorrow for severe weather. I do think it's going to stay on the lower side of things. Maryland? Oh, is it Maryland? Is that really what it is? Fort Wayne will be fine. By the way, I just want to kind of point this out. If you're back over in parts of Ohio, there's a low-end chance for an isolated tornado here over the next couple hours. Nothing really crazy right now. Again, these cells have been really behaving themselves, but there's a chance maybe for a low-end threat for an isolated tornado over the next few hours, but it's pretty low. It's a 2% probability over there. It's not much, so not that concerning for the time being, but it's still something to maybe watch out for if you're back over that direction. Maybe just something if you're, Storm Chaser, you might be near that area. You might want to go out and about, but I don't think there'll be much there. It's a pretty conditional threat, and so far nothing's really come out of it. And currently still a tornado warning near Adrian and near the Durham area, west of La Crosse and near La Harpe. And rotation is much weaker than before. Stay in your safe place for the time being. And we're looking a few thousand feet off to the ground, so there might be a little bit different at the surface in terms of its rotation. But rotation itself is located near Adrian. No longer really has a clean inflow either, and it's really on the backside of the storm, so it's really not in a prime position for the rotation itself. So I don't foresee a tornado out of this, but we'll stay in your safe place just in case. Thank you, DK, for the $15 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. I haven't seen live in 2 days in a row for a while. Oh, yeah, I did one recently. That was 2 days in a row, did I not? Last time I did 2 days in a row was July 14th and 15th. So it has happened, I think. Unless maybe that was 2 streams in 1 day. That actually might be what that was. Could be wrong. Yeah, that was 2 streams in 1 day. Never mind. I've had a lot of times where I did 2 streams in 1 day. June 18th and 19th would have been the last time. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are currently in Western Illinois near Fort Madison, Iowa. So it's just southeast of Fort Madison, Iowa. It's a very rural area here in parts of Western Illinois, but obviously this has been rotating for quite a while, but the rotation itself has been weaker over the last few scans. It was a bit more intense earlier, but it's not nearly as intense now. 3 live streams in a row wouldn't surprise me. I might do a live stream tomorrow. I'm not going to guarantee it, though. We'll see what happens. Probably 50-50 for tomorrow for me. What's the timeline for Indiana? I'll do the timeline after the next radar scan. I'll do a future radar. Just in case anything happens. I don't think much will happen out of this storm, but just in case, we'll stay on it for one more scan, and then if nothing happens, then we'll do a future radar. And I'll also look at the Springfield storm, because that one's still concerning. Yeah, again, the rotation's still pretty broad. And stay in your safe place if you're in Adrian or Durham and west of La Crosse, but I'm not overly concerned right now about the tornado risk increasing there. But still stay in your safe place, just in case. Back west of Springfield, again, this is a non-tornado warned cell, but as of right now, it is approaching Springfield with the threat of $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a really incredible side lobe contamination. That is crazy that we're seeing there. But there's definitely some damaging winds out of this. Yeah, it's moving towards Springfield with the threat of damaging winds. And again, perhaps maybe some large hail up to $half size. In addition to this, we have a ton of lightning. That's a big concern as well. Cloud to ground lightning being possible as this moves off to the east. Again, stay away from windows and make sure you're staying indoors at the bare minimum, because frequent lightning can definitely be very dangerous if you're caught outside during it. All right, let's do a future radar run. Kind of give you an idea of the timing for the rest of this evening, and as well as even through the overnight hours. Ignore the blue, because I had this on wind gusts. Let me change it over to the storm activity for the rest of today. So here's your timing guide for the rest of today. I'm not going to do tomorrow right now. We'll do tomorrow at some other point. I already did it once, but you can go back in this live stream if you need to. This is 7 o'clock tonight, so storms will be mainly moving through Decatur and back near Effingham and closer to the Greenville areas in southern and central parts of Illinois. The storms that are back up near Peoria and Bloomington will mainly rain with maybe some lightning and perhaps maybe some gusty winds. I don't foresee much of a severe weather threat this far off to the north past about 8 o'clock or so. So if you're back up in Peoria or Bloomington, stay weather aware, but I don't think the severe weather threat will be nearly as concerning there. By about 8 o'clock, storms are moving toward areas like Robinson and Olney, and eventually toward Mount Vernon. Eventually by 9 o'clock, storms will be moving toward the Indiana and as well as the Illinois border, and that'll be eventually approaching parts like Evansville and as well as near Bloomington back over in Indiana. This is 10 o'clock. Again, storms will be entering into parts of southern Indiana. If there's a new watch issued, I'm expecting it probably to be a severe thunderstorm watch, unless the tornado risk really carries over into parts of Indiana. I think this will be more of a damaging wind threat as these storms do approach areas in Indiana, and they'll be moving to the south and as well as to the east, so it'll be kind of, again, more of an MCS situation, mesoscale convective system. Eventually getting closer to 11 o'clock, storms that will be moving to the east. I accidentally forgot to click pause. Let me go back 1 second. There we go. So this is 11 o'clock. Again, storms will be rolling through Bloomington. If you're in Indianapolis, it's a 50-50 whether you actually see gusty winds or even damaging winds, but you'll at least see some rainfall at the bare minimum tonight. And eventually by midnight tonight, these storms will be moving toward Evansville, and in the 1 in the morning, storms will be moving toward the Kentucky and Indiana border near Louisville and Cincinnati. And eventually by 2 in the morning, those storms will be moving toward Georgetown and Maysville. So that is your timing for tonight. And again, if you want timing on tomorrow's severe weather event, I did a video on it today. If you want to watch the weather forecast there, I also mentioned it, I think about 20-25 minutes ago maybe. So, yeah, it's 2 times I've gone over it. But I might go over it again at some point soon, whether we have tornado warnings or not. Yeah, tornado warning still ongoing again in western Illinois, broad rotation, but still stay in your safe place if you're in the Durham or Adrian areas. Again, fairly rural area, but we could see a tornado out of this still. It's a low chance, but never know. This tornado warning for the time being. This tornado warning does go for another 3 minutes, and after that, it will expire. And then after that, we'll be back into the storm near Springfield that has been pretty concerning the last several minutes with the hail and damaging wind threat. Delaware does have a low-end threat for tornadoes tomorrow. I wouldn't get too worked up about the tornado risk tomorrow if you're back over anywhere on the East Coast. Obviously have a tornado action plan in place just in case there are tornado warnings, which there probably will be, but again, it's going to be an isolated risk. The more concerning thing that you should definitely be prepared for will be the damaging wind threat. Again, damaging winds, perhaps numerous to even maybe widespread in some areas, up to 70 miles per hour will be possible, and you definitely want to make sure you take the proper precautions for that threat. Without a doubt. That's definitely very concerning, to say the least. The severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Springfield has also been canceled, so we no longer have actually any warnings here across parts of the Illinois area. So all the warnings have, for the time being, now expired. Or been canceled. It was a bit surprising. I'm surprised they canceled the Springfield one, but damaging winds, I'm really still think is the main concern out of this storm. And there's a lot of lightning as well. You'll notice all the lightning right now near Athens and west of Springfield. It is a intense amount of lightning. If you're in the Springfield area, definitely make sure you are staying away from windows for sure. Looks like there might be even a little bit of rotation attempting to develop here near Athens as well. That's inside the storm here. Maybe something to watch for. Let's see if this has evolved at all. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there. It's interesting. A little bit. That's going to be on the northwest side of Springfield there. Yeah, it's embedded in the storm, so it'll be an interesting spot for that. I'll have to watch that closely. Will I be live covering hurricanes this month? Or will I be covering hurricanes this month? Yeah, I'll be covering hurricanes, but to be honest with you, I do not cover hurricanes for the most part, unless they are making an impact toward the United States or some sort of land in the Antilles. I just don't cover them. There's been, like, you know, Hurricane Dawn, for example, is out in the ocean. I barely mention it in any of our videos because, again, I don't want to spend too much time on things that are just not making much of an impact to what the audience is here on this channel, which is, you know, mainly the United States. But I do some stuff for the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles when it happens. But as of right now, there's nothing really happening in the tropics, so it's not like, you know, there's any big concerns right now in that regard. But that could always change, obviously. So we'll see what happens. Yes, there is a tornado watch. This entire area is in that tornado watch. Again, if you're west of Quincy, this area has been canceled from the tornado watch, and then we still have some severe weather ongoing further off to the north, and then back over near Springfield. Those are the areas, again, with some non-severe storms for right now, but a lot of lightning, and again, that tornado risk is definitely there today. For those near Springfield and Jackson, back near St. Louis, again, is in that risk. The National Weather Service of St. Louis said the storm activity will likely start to increase in the next hour, sometime around 6 for the St. Louis area. So far, nothing's really come out of it. We have some storms that are off to the north and east, but none of which have been near Springfield over the last little while. Some downpours, a couple of thunderstorms, but nothing too crazy for St. Louis for the time being. I believe Denton, Texas is in that severe weather risk tomorrow. You'll have to double check. You can go to ntxweathercenter.com. I have my severe weather outlooks there. They are localized, so you can see the cities on there. Denton is included, yeah. So Denton would be included, basically almost the entire DFW Metroplex. Yeah, and storms right now rolling into Springfield, Missouri as we speak. Or, sorry, Springfield, Illinois. I apologize. I keep saying Springfield, Missouri. It's currently Springfield, Illinois. Storms are rolling in. Let's see if we can get any cameras on this area. See if we have any luck. Be hard to find. Do the live cams sometimes. Yeah, if you're currently in Springfield, stay indoors. If you're anywhere in the suburbs as well, there's a lot of lightning happening. Good amount of lightning. Again, this is the radar detection. You'll see all those white strikes there. Those are lightning strikes. That's over the last 15 minutes in terms of the lightning strikes. The brighter they are, the more recent they are. So there's still a lot of lightning associated with these storms near the Springfield area. And I'm guessing the airport is also currently grounded for the storm activity here. But again, as of right now, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't know why I still have this on, but we definitely do have some pretty nasty storms with a lot of lightning here for sure. But again, no warnings as of right now in terms of tornado warnings. We have more storms that are now developing, though, further down to the south and west. Those could begin to intensify and maybe produce that threat for severe weather, so we'll be monitoring that closely as well. Again, there is severe weather actually happening further down here to the south and east, back down in Alabama and Georgia. Right now, a lot of this activity is beginning to weaken, but if you're near Atlanta, there is a chance for some gusty winds. We do have a couple of live cams down here. This is a view right now of those storms. Very, very small shelf cloud. It's a very flat one, but this is your shelf cloud, so you'll notice that in the background. But this is right now live in Georgia, north of Atlanta, and these storms are moving to the east, producing the threat of gusty winds. Couple of the storms are producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, but again, it's nothing too out of the ordinary right now. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. This is a live cam view. Again, this is not a photo. This is live. A pretty cool view. And you also got the Radar Omega site here. This is another cool view of the cumulus clouds. Nothing. Again, too out of the ordinary. And then this is what the storms look like. These are the storms that you're looking at. They're not very impressive. I mean, this is just gusty winds associated with that very flat shelf cloud, which if you've been watching more of our recent streams in the past, we've had a lot of views of really impressive shelf clouds. That is not one of them. That's a very flat one, but we've seen like really wavy ones, and those are pretty cool to see. But yeah, in this sort of scenario, it's a pretty flat one. Got a couple of birds flying in the air too. Pretty cool stuff. Again, this is north of Atlanta. But again, we're still covering the Illinois area, just in between storms right now. The shelf cloud in Atlanta is a lot more impressive. I'm retweeting a video of it on Twitter if you want to check it out. Again, my Twitter handle is @MaxVelocityWX. You can check that out there. Peoria should not be worried if you're in Illinois. It's, again, on the lower side of things in terms of a threat. But if you do see severe weather, it would be mainly damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That would be the main concern. And here's your risk. Again, this is currently the area that we're watching for severe weather as of right now. Let me just go and pull up the risk of severe weather for today. Yeah, this is from the Storm Prediction Center. These are the risks that they've outlined. So as of right now, there's a large slight risk of severe weather across Illinois, Indiana, back through Kentucky, southwest Ohio. Current concerns, again, are mainly damaging winds and a tornado risk. Notice the 2 different tornado risks. Again, we have one in the short term over the next, like, 45 minutes to the next hour, maybe up until about 8 o'clock tonight at Eastern time. We might see an isolated tornado there, but it's a low chance. And then back over here is where we have that slightly larger tornado risk. Again, it's slightly higher, I will say. It's not that concerning, but it is still something you want to make sure you have a tornado action plan in place, just in case there is a tornado warning for your location. That means, you know, wherever you're going tonight with your family, if you are under a tornado warning, whether that's a interior room of your home or building, or if you're in a mobile home, evacuating and getting into a structural building is always a better idea. And you should do that well ahead of time before these warnings, but mobile homes are very dangerous to be in during severe weather. But your tornado risk, again, is primarily centered across St. Louis, Alton, Hillsborough, Effingham, Olney, back near Charleston, Decatur, Taylorville, and as well as back near Springfield, back near Fort Madison, which is where we had that most recent tornado warning, just east of there. The damaging wind threat, again, is still a 15% probability. This is where we're going to see an MCS develop, and that'll become more of a boat-out line of storms. That'll be producing some scattered damaging winds, widely scattered in instances toward Bloomington and Indianapolis. And then your large hail threat is primarily across areas near Springfield. And actually, there is a hatched area for hail there. But the cells that produce the large to very large hail are going to be the ones that are more discrete. That one was a bit more discrete for the time being and more organized. It is no longer as organized. So you'll notice that here. There's really not a whole lot more of an organization near the Springfield area with this storm. There's a lot of lightning, which is obviously a big concern there. But there's a hatched area, which means hail up to tennis ball size is possible. But it is a low chance overall. It's a 10% probability within a 25-mile radius. And it's not a very large area for that hatched area. So just kind of keep that in the back of your head. Again, it's a possibility in the next hour or two. But I'd say the threat of large, or at least very large hail is low. The threat of large hail, meaning up to about golf ball size, is slightly higher. I'd say it's about low to medium for today. If you're over in Louisville, Kentucky, main concern will be damaging winds. I'm currently using Radar Omega. Again, if you want to download it, you can use the top link, or not top link, it's at near the bottom of the description, but you can go down to the very bottom of the description. You can get on iOS or Android. I have a really bad fear of bad weather. I'll tell you right now, if you have a really bad fear of weather, there's no reason to be fearful. All right, there really is not. And I try to say this all the time whenever we're doing a live stream or any video. I try to reiterate this as much as possible, but there's no reason to be scared of the weather. You know, when I was younger, I had a fear of thunderstorms, and I mean, almost every meteorologist that I've spoken to personally has had a fear of thunderstorms when they were younger, at least. They outgrow it, but having a fear of severe weather is a little bit different, right? Because, you know, the tornado risk, the severe weather risk, all that sort of stuff. The chances of you seeing a tornado are so low. It's so minuscule. But the reason why it's emphasized is because if there is a tornado warning, and there actually is a tornado, it could potentially do some damage. And that's why it's reiterated so often. And with tornado outbreaks, this is not a tornado outbreak, but when there is a tornado outbreak, that is what's really concerning, is that we could see multiple tornadoes. Usually, again, your chance of seeing that tornado are still very low most of the time, but the chances of there being a tornado near you are a bit more increased within your town or within your county. It gets a bit more increased, you know, when you start to kind of go out more in scale. So the reason why it's more reiterated, though, is because it's dangerous if there's an actual tornado that actually happens. Now, in terms of the damaging wind threat and hail threat, those are usually coincide with each other. They're usually more common than a tornado threat. In most cases, and at least most severe weather events, damaging winds can be more of a concern. But even then, as long as you're on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building, in a safe place, and sometimes that can be a bathroom, whatever, you'll be fine, right? I mean, that's where you need to be, and that's the best place. That'll be your best chance of getting through that storm will be in that location. So, and there's no reason to panic. I literally try my best to, you know, not fear, like scare the crap out of people, unless there's an actual tornado warning that has a tornado or even could pose a tornado at some point in the next few minutes, which we've not really had a whole lot of that today. So, yeah, and I try to be, yeah, this is a very honest channel. We're very honest here. Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. What's going down in the Mississippi and Alabama area? That is all associated with just some scattered thunderstorms, and it's actually more numerous thunderstorms, but they're quite scattered and more isolated in terms of the severe weather threat now. But these are all moving pretty much down to the south and east, depending on where you are, and they're producing mainly a damaging wind threat with a lot of lightning. That's the main concern, but no tornado threat out of this stuff. You actually can see the outflow boundary here. This is pretty cool. The outflow boundary right here that's moving down to the south, that could spawn off a couple of storms. You'll see that storm that's ongoing right now near Crestview in Florida. So There's some storm activity down there, but all that stuff is really beginning to weaken out for the most part. The severe weather potential should start to go down out of those storms over the next little while. Again, I'm not seeing any rotation as of right now on these storms. Not really a whole lot of rotation for the time being. Still monitor these storms very closely. Again, we'll be live covering this for a little while and see if anything happens. Because, again, there's a tornado risk today. Damaging winds is also a concern, and even some large hail. A lot of lightning, though, in the Springfield area. You're in the Springfield area. Is anybody in the Springfield, Illinois area right now? Just curious. Everybody's in Springfield. Are you guys hearing a lot of thunder? I'll tell you right now, Radar Omega is really, the reviews might not be the best, but it's really the best radar app on, like, the market. I use it all the time on my live streams. It's fantastic. I cannot vouch for it enough. It really is the best bang for your buck. It has computer models. It has the radar application that I'm using right now. And this is not a sponsored stream, by the way. I'm just saying it really is the best radar that you can get on iOS, Android, or on your computer. I'm using it on, obviously, Windows right now, but it really is worth it. And you can try it out. And I mean, it really is worth it. I tried it out, and I was shocked at how much I actually enjoyed using this. And I use this on streams. I'm not even sponsored by them. I don't use the other software anymore that I used to use. So I really do like using this one. It's really good. A lot of people can vouch for that. If you have Radar Omega, you could probably vouch for that. It really is a really solid program. A lot of customization you can do with it too. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. And also, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people that are in the track of these storms that are ongoing here, getting across parts of Illinois. This is not the only severe weather that's happening. There's not severe weather right now, but this is not the only area where there's at least storms happening. Again, we are watching parts of the southeast with a few severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is near Atlanta. And again, this is a live cam view, and it looks like the outflow, or at least the shelf cloud has already moved through. This is a pretty cool look, though, of the clouds. This is north of Atlanta. Cumulus clouds up there, and it looks like a little bit of sinking air and rising air kind of mixing with each other. But there's a low-end flood risk, Ricky, back in parts of the Midwest. Daniel, I am 2 years through meteorology in college, so 2 years to go. But, I mean, most of the information, or most of the stuff I know, in terms of what I present, at least on these forecasts, a good majority of it is self-taught, but that's mainly because I've only done a handful of meteorology classes. These last 2 years, there's a lot more. So, yeah. It's obviously, this has always been a passion. I mean, I've been doing weather live streams for 3 years now, 3.5 years. I've been doing them since about 2020 when COVID started. That's when I started to do North Texas weather on Facebook. That's where it all began. And then YouTube came around back in really basically the beginning of last year is when it came around. So yeah, it's kind of how it has all gone over the last little while. Will there be a new watch? Again, there could be a watch down the road. As of right now, there's no severe thunderstorm watch, but there might be one sometime closer to, like, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe 9 o'clock tonight. These storms that are going to go toward Indiana, they would probably be on the threat of damaging winds. So if there were to be a new watch, it'd be a severe thunderstorm watch back over in southern Indiana. And that's where we would be watching for the threat of damaging winds primarily, with maybe an isolated tornado risk. But that would, again, be later. And that would probably still be a couple hours from now until that watch even gets issued. Thank you, user, for the $1 super chat. Appreciate it. It's the worst storm I've ever seen on radar or in person. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know if I've really had a worse storm that I've ever seen in person. I've been in Hurricane Nicole before, back when it made landfall last year, and that was pretty intense. On radar? Oh goodness, I don't even know. There's been a lot of bad storms I've covered. I mean, the ones that were in the Chicago suburbs a couple weeks ago, those were pretty intense. Those were definitely some pretty significant cells. Many of them produced tornadoes. That was a few weeks ago. The Oklahoma tornadoes that happened also back earlier this year, back I think it was April or May. Could have been June, but I might be mistaken. But that was also, those were pretty intense storms. But I don't know if I've had anything before that was too crazy. There were some really crazy storms last year too. I can't really pinpoint the date of them, but there was one back, I believe, last year in June that went from Nebraska. It started in Nebraska and went south through parts of northern Kansas and northeast Kansas. and it was rotating like crazy. It produced hail as large as, I think, almost 6 inches in diameter. It was a really crazy supercell that was moving north to south, and that was one of the craziest individual cells I've ever covered. But I can't remember the date on it. Glad I can help you, Tom. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. All right, let me real quickly go to Twitter. If you have any photos or videos of these storms, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. A little quick note for those that are just tuning in. If you've not already heard, I did a weather forecast on this earlier today, but obviously things have changed a bit. Tomorrow's severe weather threat has increased a little bit. It's still an enhanced risk, but this is the area that we're watching for tomorrow. The enhanced risk of severe weather goes all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, and back into eastern Alabama into parts of southern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. In addition to all of this, we also have a ongoing 45% wind probability back near Washington and Baltimore. One of the more rare events. We've never had a 45% probability in Washington or Baltimore on a day 2 outlook ever. So one of those crazy things that we've never seen before. But this is a 45% damaging wind threat within a 25-mile radius in this area. So again, if you're anywhere in the Baltimore or Washington area, definitely make sure you're staying weather aware tomorrow for the threat of some significant damaging winds. Upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. It could go as high as 80, but I'd say the threat of that is still going to be on the lower side of things. I wouldn't rule out a hatched area there, but again, I think it would still be on the lower side overall. But yeah, that's a pretty big update. Again, that's a 45% probability. Without a moderate risk, it looks pretty weird, but yeah, that's again 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius, which this is what a 25-mile radius looks like. It's not very big. So basically, there's a 45% chance that damaging winds happens in one given area. So Culpeper or Charlottesville, one of those areas, has a 45% chance of that. If you're near Baltimore or Washington, it's pretty much the same way. You can do a 25-mile radius, and you can see it there. Again, that's 25 miles, so that is tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting risk tomorrow. And I'm not 100% sure if I'll be live tomorrow. It's a 50-50. But if I'm able to, I'll go live. Boss already said we're going to be off early tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, the storms, I can't recall the timing. I don't want to pull it up on here. Or actually, I'll pull it up on here. Why not? We don't have any severe weather right now, at least in the Midwest. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning near Richmond, Virginia right now. But this is what it looks like going into tomorrow. We'll go ahead and go to the 18Z model run. We'll go to 26. So this is 3 o'clock. So by 3 o'clock, storms will be on the door. Or this is 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Central. So 4 o'clock Eastern time by Baltimore and Townsend. That's when the storms will be arriving there. And also near Washington, D.C. So, again, this is on Central time. But that's your timing at 4 o'clock. And this is when those storms will be rolling right into basically Northern Virginia and as well as into Maryland. So, yeah, that'll be very interesting to see how this all plays out. But damaging winds definitely the main concern. This by 4 o'clock, or by 5 o'clock, sorry. This is on Central time. But by 5 o'clock, storms are going to be moving through Baltimore, eventually going through Washington, with significant damaging winds being the main concern. They have a whole thing typed out for this too. And you can check out those details if you want on the Storm Prediction Center website. They have all those details for you on other various things with that event. All right. Yeah, this is the storm activity that is currently ongoing. Tornado watch still does continue until 10 o'clock Central time across parts of Illinois, with the threat mainly for damaging winds and maybe a couple tornadoes. How's it going, Jelly? Welcome back. I would say St. Louis's threat of a tornado is on the lower side of things. Again, it's not out of the question. This storm that's now forming near Herman looks to be possibly starting to grow a bit. This is 6:02. This is 6 o'clock. This storm here, never mind, it's not growing at all. Little cell, though, it might be trying to grow. And this is the concern if you're near St. Louis, would be any activity that develops over the next hour in this area. It would move to the east and maybe northeast and perhaps produce an isolated tornado risk, but I think St. Louis might get off on the hook, but you're not clear yet. You have a good 2 hours until you're actually technically clear, 2 to 3 hours. Oh, still a good ways out. Tornado risk tomorrow is primarily back where I just showed you in that damaging wind area. So it's going to be Maryland, West Virginia, and Northern Virginia. And that'll be mainly for the threat, again, of damaging winds, but maybe a couple tornadoes. There's a 5% probability up that direction there as well tomorrow. All right, since there aren't any tornado warnings right now, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. If you have any questions, leave them in the chat while I'm gone, and I will answer them when I come back. You're back. All right, we're back. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I've not gotten any submissions yet, but that is a place you can go if you want to submit any photos or videos. All right. Tom, I actually do have Vince Waelti. This is what it looks like. The bottom, or actually, he's not on the screen. Let me go to, we'll go to this so you can actually see it. But Vince Waelti is actually live chasing right now. We're not using his stream today, but we do use his stream occasionally when there are severe weather events. But today he's back over in Colorado. He's not in Illinois. And the main concern that I was covering today in the stream was Illinois. So, but he's back over in Colorado, which Colorado actually does have a little bit of severe weather, or at least they did. Not as much severe weather anymore, but there have been some storms over here. Vince is not too far from one of those. But yeah, the severe weather that's over in Colorado is a bit of an interesting setup. It's a few cells that are basically going to develop into supercells, perhaps producing the threat of damaging winds and large hail. We got a couple of those ongoing, one back up near Fort Collins, but yeah, the storm activity over here is a little bit more spaced out overall. It's more scattered than yesterday. Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting setup over here, but it's very isolated. There's a very small slight risk of severe weather over there as well, so it's interesting. And we got storms ongoing back near Springfield, tons of lightning. None of these are severe right now, but we could see the threat for damaging winds starting to increase as this all moves down to the east-southeast. I do think the tornado risk is starting to go down a bit on these storms that are near the Springfield area. I believe these are now outflow-driven. Looks like we might have an outflow boundary that got shot off, which would mean that there would be a lower chance of a tornado out of those. Really, the next concern, if there were to be tornadoes, would come out of any of these cells that are back down here closer to the Springfield area. In fact, we do have some broad rotation north of the Carlinville area. So it looks like in the velocities. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but there's a little bit of rotation there. And back out to the west of St. Louis, we do have a small cell forming near Herman, but so far it has been struggling to really intensify. So that's what we got going right now over there. Just gonna go full screen just because we don't have a warning right now. It's hailing in Springfield, Illinois. Do you know what the size is? Like, an estimate? I'm guessing it's on the smaller side of things, but Carmen, you can download Radar Omega on your desktop, yes. I do not have a link for that, though. So, I only have the link to iOS and Android, which is in the description. There's a new mesoscale discussion for this area. Let's kind of just talk about this a little bit. The severe weather threat will continue with isolated supercells this evening. Again, that would probably come out of any of this activity that's over here that's more kind of discrete. This stuff up here is likely going to be mainly damaging winds with maybe an isolated brief tornado, but the outflow boundaries, it seems like have been getting shot off on those storms, which would limit that tornado threat just a little bit. But basically what the Storm Prediction Center has said on this latest mesoscale discussion is the exit region of the mid-level jet is forecasted to spread across southern Illinois into southern Indiana later this evening. Latest radar data suggests a few supercells will continue within a larger cluster around Springfield. As large-scale forcing spreads across southern Illinois, isolated convection could continue to develop and spread to the southeast along the instability and lower level convergence corridor. Seasonably strong shear continues to favor at least some risk for a tornado or two with this activity. So that's the latest from them. But yeah, I mean, there is definitely some stronger shear, and the main reason why is because we're not far away from the low pressure system. Again, the low pressure system is literally right up here. You'll see it circulating, but this is your low pressure system up here. So that's what we're seeing over there. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued, so we can go back to that, but there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for those south of Springfield. Hail core is actually developing on this back near the Lake Springfield area. That is $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That circle there is representing your hail core. So that's $half sized hail there right now. That's the latest on this storm. New warning for Illinois. Let's see if I can pull up the satellite, though. Yeah, this is the satellite imagery. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back 100 frames. I just kind of want to show you that circulation a little bit better here. Get a better idea here. Thank you, Macy, for the $2.99 super sticker. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you again, Mike from Florida, for the $100 donation earlier. I do appreciate it. Sorry I wasn't able. I don't know if you're still here, but I do appreciate that a lot. Sorry I was kind of cut off short because of the tornado warning, but I do appreciate the generosity again. Thank you very much. You're still here. Really does mean a lot. Do I know anything about Wednesday's severe weather? I mean, Wednesday's severe weather probably will not be anything too out of the ordinary. This is a good view of it, by the way. But Tuesday will be mainly in the Central Plains. Wednesday is not probably going to be anything too crazy. I think Thursday we might ramp up a little bit. And then perhaps getting closer to next weekend, maybe some activity in the Midwest. Upper Midwest will have a better chance of that. Or at least gathered from the long term. This is what it looks like right now. This is the satellite imagery. Again, your low pressure system's up here. There's no defined area of it. Like, you don't see like a hurricane eye. I mean, this is not a hurricane, but you don't see like that eye that you might see with like that mesoscale convective vortex that we had yesterday. You saw the viral post on Twitter. There was a couple of those, but these are pretty impressive storms. And you can see this is over the last about hour and a half. There's tons of lightning. You can just see the lightning track. And if you zoom in a lot, all those overshooting cloud tops that you can see here near like Ashland, for example, recently, those are overshooting cloud tops, and those usually produce more of the lightning threat. We have a ton of that lightning right now. And then back over near St. Louis, for example, there are some clouds there. There's nothing really popping though. In terms of convection, we're not seeing much of that. So there's nothing, out of the ordinary over here, but it's another little interesting view of it. This one looks like near St. Louis right now. And little storm that's attempting to pop up there, which could pose a threat for some severe weather. This hail core is getting intense very quickly. Look at this thing near Rochester, southeast of Springfield, Missouri. Very significant hail core by the looks of it. Let me go over to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, that's a lot of hail falling right now near New City, going toward Edinburgh, and eventually going towards Stonington. Very large amount of hail falling near Rochester. And stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're anywhere near this storm, if you're on front of this, make sure you are currently, if you're over like Stonington or Blue Mound, make sure you protect your vehicle. This is a very large hail core right now on radar near Rochester, moving to the east. And this is what it looks like on the 3D radar. It's a little bit better of a view of what it looks like kind of with the cloud tops, but yeah, this is a very obviously the the cloud tops are pretty high. In addition to that, there's going to be a lot of rain falling and perhaps a lot of hail. Yeah, this is a serious hail core southeast of Springfield. And that is perhaps up to golf ball sized hail, maybe even slightly larger than that. Get some more water. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. We're only 92 subscribers away from 63,000, so make sure to subscribe down below as well. And we do weather coverage like this all the time. And we do weather forecasts daily, for the most part. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. And here's the latest radar scan. That hail core has peaked, and it looks like it's a little bit weaker now, but there's definitely still a decent amount of hail there. Again, this could very well be upwards of golf ball-sized hail going toward Edinburgh and eventually going towards Stonington here in Illinois. And large hail core right now moving to the east. Stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're on the track of this. Yeah, you're outside of St. Louis and it's partly cloudy. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, for whatever reason, St. Louis has kind of been hit. I think the main reason why they're not seeing really anything over there is because of the fact that there is perhaps maybe a cap in place. Again, we have like one little cell to the west, but it's not doing much. So, by the way, new severe thunderstorm warning back near Greenville and Vandalia. That's for the threat for some damaging winds. And maybe a little bit of quarter-sized hail as well. Yeah, this storm moving out to the east is going toward Edinburgh. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here on radar. Yeah, this might be a bit more outflow driven, which is going to probably hinder that tornado risk a bit. It is currently moving to the east. Again, stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this severe thunderstorm warning, which again is producing the threat of some large hail up to perhaps golf ball size. Again, it's warned for $half size, but it has been showing a lot of signs of some larger hail in that. I'm gonna put a loop on this as well. There's some pretty impressive storms here. Again, a lot of lightning with these as well. Not a whole lot of rotation with anything else. And I do think a lot of this has become outflow driven, which is the reason why we're not going to see nearly as much of a tornado risk out of at least these storms. Better chance to the south and west, I'd say. But can't rule out a brief tornado out of one of these storms. What part of southern Illinois will be getting hit by the big storms? Southern Illinois basically is kind of up for grabs. Any part of it, other than basically anywhere south of Mount Vernon, has a much lower chance. This will turn into more of an MCS over the next few hours, which will primarily be damaging winds. There is a threat of that all the way through these areas here. I can't rule out like an isolated chance for damaging winds south of like maybe near Carbondale, for example, but if you're back over in Bloomington, you definitely have a chance of damaging winds tonight, perhaps Indianapolis as well. But it'll turn into an MCS, so that will be basically a cluster of storms that'll produce some scattered damaging winds. If you're anywhere in Missouri, you're fine for right now. Again, if you're back over like St. Louis area, like the St. Louis suburbs, I'd still be monitoring the weather closely, but for right now, there's no reason to panic. There's really not a whole lot on the radar right now over there, so. Yeah, if you're back over there, there's no reason to be anxious or panicking. Just make sure you're staying weather aware. That's all you really got to do right now. There's nothing really that crazy over there right now. I mean, we do have that one little cell that's attempting to strengthen that's west of St. Louis, but we've seen this a lot over the last few hours with these little cells that are attempting to pop up, and they don't really translate into anything. It's just basically a weak little, basically a downpour, if you will. So we've had nothing significant over here in Missouri. If you're no longer in the tornado watch, you are pretty much done with the tornado threat for today. But if you're over in the tornado watch, still be monitoring the weather closely, which only includes 4 counties here in Missouri. It includes, again, the St. Louis area near St. Charles, Wentzville, Winfield, back through Bowling Green. If you're in New London or Quincy, you are no longer in this watch. The watch is condensing fairly quickly as the storms continue to evolve and move to the south and east. So, or technically east for the most part, but I do think there's a cap in place in St. Louis. I think that's the reason why, but again, I can't confirm it. We don't have any sounding data. So I want to check to see if we do have any. Actually, I could probably look at a fear model and see if it will tell me. I'm not seeing anything definitive. It doesn't even look like there's a cap on the future radars. Interesting. No problem, Haley. Is a tornado risk tomorrow concerning? Damaging winds is way more concerning. I don't think we'll see that much in terms of a tornado risk. I think there might be a couple tornadoes, but we're not looking at like a full-blown outbreak. So at this point, I wouldn't be overly concerned about that, but it's definitely still something to monitor, especially if you're back up in that 5% region. Much more concerning there. 1 second. How's it going, Shelly? Welcome back. We do have a little bit of rotation down here that's west of Edinburgh. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. That's going to be near New City. Might be something to watch for here. Kind of coinciding here with this little hook that we have developing here. Something to watch for if you're near Edinburgh or anywhere near the Kincaid area. Please monitor this closely. There's a little bit of rotation. Again, I would recommend if you're anywhere in the warning here to stay indoors and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just in case. Especially with the damaging wind threat that can knock over trees and even perhaps power lines. Definitely make sure, again, that you are staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. How long will this go on? This particular event that's happening now will obviously go into an MCS, which is a cluster of storms. And once that happens, we'll be watching for more of a cluster going through southern Indiana. And it'll really taper off after midnight. And then tomorrow, it'll kind of redevelop into a line of storms back over on the East Coast, which will be mainly damaging winds over there as well. So that's basically what's going to happen. It's going to evolve into an MCS today, and then it'll go into that situation. We'll be watching for some damaging winds for the most part. Maybe, again, an isolated tornado or two tomorrow as well. They'll be going for quite a while. And I probably will not be live for this entire event, but we'll at least be live here for the next hour. If anything does end up developing here, which so far it's been, we had a lot of tornado, we had a few tornado warnings to start the stream. We've had a lot less activity now since a lot of this activity is becoming a bit more outflow driven. And then back over here west of St. Louis, we're still watching this activity. This is a storm that is actually, or at least a downpour cell, that is beginning to fire up a bit more. So we are going to have to watch this a little bit more closely as it moves to the east, because it is beginning to maybe intensify a little bit. That might be the first storm that we actually, or might be the first cell, I should say, that'll actually break into a storm west of St. Louis. So we'll definitely watch that closely. We're definitely going to watch it through St. Louis, because that's an area that I do have a bit of concern about for a brief tornado with a bit more of a favorable environment there. The radar is not yet updated. It's about 4 minutes old on this radar, but new radar scan should be up in a second. Here's that latest radar scan here. Again, this is a pretty intense supercell producing the threat of large hail, currently located south of the Buckhart area, southeast of Rochester, approaching Edinburgh. And as of this is 6:17, so again, the velocities have not yet updated, but definitely a hail core there. Damaging winds also being possible up to 60 miles per hour. But $half sized hail definitely a concern in the center of this storm. A little bit of rotation southwest of Edinburgh. We're going to see on the next velocity scan. See if anything too big has kind of transpired out of this, but kind of look at this a little bit closer. Kind of circle this and see what we got. That's a pretty definitive area of rotation. Right now, southwest of Edinburgh. I don't think this is a Scilab contamination. We've had a few of those today. Definitely an area to watch for. And this is southwest of Edinburgh. It'll be going towards Taylorville. If you're anywhere near the Taylorville and Kincaid area, definitely stay alert. And this storm is dropping down to the east-southeast, so it definitely has a chance to go down that direction, perhaps producing the threat of not just large hail, but also maybe a brief tornado. Again, more of a hail threat. It's moving more east than anything, but it's dropping slightly to the east-southeast. Taylorville's not in the direct path, but you're not far away from the storm. A lot of lightning as well. This is definitely a storm to watch for closely. If you're anywhere near the Edinburgh and Stonington areas. Multiple chasers had a few things on the ground with debris. Which location are we specifically talking about here? I am surprised if this storm isn't tornado warning. I'm kind of surprised because it does have, looks like pretty strong rotation on radar. Let's see. I believe Brandon's on this storm, but I'm not seeing anything. But that's all I'm talking about. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's go to the velocities on the latest radar scan here. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely still some rotation here. Right now, located southwest of Edinburgh. Damaging winds definitely a concern, but this is a very defined hook here. Again, hail core located near Edinburgh. Got your hook surrounding, then your inflow going to the storm. It's a pretty classic looking supercell here. And that would be where the tornado would be located, in just northwest of Kincaid. Seeing if we see anything on. Yeah, it's definitely rotating. Yeah, I don't see anything on the ground right now, but it is definitely rotating the supercell. Again, if you're currently near the Kincaid area or Edinburgh, I would stay in your safe place for the time being, as the storm does pass. Again, intense hail core back near Edinburgh, and then just near Kincaid and north of there. That's where there's a little bit of rotation, but definitely damaging winds associated with this area. There you go. Here's a tornado warning. Tornado warning has been issued now for Kincaid, Willys, Stonington, and as well as back north of Taylorsburg. And seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this storm's been rotating for the last several minutes. Took a little while to get issued, but that's your hook right here. Your hook gecko. I'm going to try a little bit better. I'm going to put the thing a little bit lower. There you go. So here's your hook gecko right now. This is your inflow going to the storm. Again, that is where the tornado will be located. It'll be right in that black circle. Pretty large area of hail as well north of Edinburgh, and that is where we're watching for $half sized hail, perhaps even a bit larger than that. But again, in this tornado warning, we are watching for that area of rotation that's circled back northwest of Kincaid for perhaps a tornado. There is definitely some strong rotation right now heading toward Willys and Stonington. This could drop a tornado at any time. So again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is moving due east, maybe a little bit east-southeast. They'll be going just kind of hugging, maybe if not just a little bit north there of the Taylorville area. Again, seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning. This includes Christian County, and Sangamon County in Illinois. Again, this is a pretty strong area of rotation right now near Kincaid. Could, again, drop a tornado at any time. And on radar, there is a correlation coefficient drop. I'm going to see if I can kind of match this up a little bit better on my phone as well. There's perhaps a tornado on the ground, and it might be rain-wrapped. Yeah, this is possibly a rain-wrapped tornado right now on the ground, northwest of Kincaid. Again, seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. There's perhaps a tornado on the ground now that is moving to the east toward Willys and Stonington. And this storm in particular right now, near that hook echo, there is possibly a tornado on the ground. This is the rotation right here. Again, it's pretty tight and confined near the just west of Sharpsburg. And then this is the correlation coefficient. Again, that is a very clear CC drop, which would indicate debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. So there's likely a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, it's not yet been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that is a pretty clear area right there. There's no evidence yet because it possibly is rain-wrapped, but at least from like observers in the area, at least from what I'm watching on the other side. It says of 624 on this velocity scan. It has not yet updated. There's your update right there. Again, strong rotation located there. Correlation coefficient drop. Again, this is a likely tornado on the ground heading to the east toward Willys. Perhaps a strong tornado as well. Again, seek shelter away from windows in the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. And this is near Kincaid, heading toward Willys. It'll be going toward Radford and Stonington over the next several minutes. Again, this is perhaps a tornado on the ground. At the bare minimum, it has a very strong area of rotation, and it could produce a tornado at any time. But I'm almost 99% sure this is a tornado. This is as strong as it basically can get in terms of the rotation. It's been rotating for quite a while, too, so... Yeah, this tornado is likely rain-wrapped if it's on the ground right now. And the circle is where that tornado is likely located. Again, if it's on the ground, very strong rotation. There is a correlation coefficient drop at this time on that strong area of rotation. Again, that blue that you're seeing right there on that circle, that is indicating debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. That is heading currently to the east. And it is a rain-wrapped tornado from what I'm hearing. So this is, again, a tornado that is, again, likely on the ground right now, moving to the east toward Willys and Stonington. And seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning right now. All right, we do have a tornado on the ground. All right, so there's, again, a tornado on the ground with the storm moving to the east. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. I'm hearing a wedge tornadoes on the ground. So again, this is a large tornado that's moving to the east toward Willys. And yeah, this is a tornado on the ground. I am watching it live. But yeah, this is a tornado on the ground. Brandon Kopik's literally on it. But this is a tornado on the ground, perhaps large, moving to the east. Again, this is a very clean hook. Again, this is your hook echo right now. That is your debris being lifted up in the atmosphere. That is the inflow going to the storm. Again, this is a definite tornado on the ground. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. It is a large tornado moving toward Willys and Stonington. It is picking up debris as we speak. And it's literally happening right now. This is, again, on the ground. Moving to the east. It is a tornado that's happening right now. And tornadoes right now located north of Kincaid. Debris is being lifted up right now, moving to the east toward Willys and Stonington. And that is your tornado right there, moving to the east. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure you give them a call, give them a text. And this is a large tornado heading toward Willys and Stonington. Correlation coefficient drop is right here. That is, again, debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. That's what this indicates. There's currently debris being lifted up toward areas near Willys and Stonington. This is a really dangerous storm. Again, the tornado warning is yet to be updated to an actual confirmed tornado, but there's definitely a tornado. I mean, there's 100%. Literally seeing it live. But this, again, moving to the east right now, going toward Willys and Stonington. And seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning. Very strong rotation located south of Edinburgh. It is a large tornado heading to the east towards Willys and Stonington in Illinois. And this is southeast of Springfield, Illinois, for those that are wondering. Or particularly giving you that location. And that is your tornado right there. It's going to be located there, moving to the east. Very clear storm going toward Willys, Stonington. Seek shelter. This is the latest velocities update. Again, this is clear as day. It is a tornado on the ground. Debris is being lifted up. That is your debris ball here. Is right here. Debris being lifted up into the atmosphere north of Kincaid. Let's see if we can get a mileage on this. It's about 1 mile, or not 1 mile wide, but the debris area there. This is now observed, so this is now confirmed. Let me go over to here. Let's take this off. Let me see if it's PDS. It's not PDS as of right now, but this is again a confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving to the east. That is your debris ball. This debris, at least the debris field here, is about 1,500 yards wide, which is almost a mile wide in terms of how much debris is being lifted up right now. That blue area that you're seeing in that circle. Again, stay indoors, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This is in Christian and Sangamon County in Illinois. And this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a very clear area. And strong, large tornado moving to the east. And also back up to the north, there's a new update on, or the severe thunderstorm warning just got updated, but pretty much irrelevant right now. I'm surprised it's not PDS. Again, this is large. Again, this is a very defined debris ball that we have on the radar right now. Look at that strong rotation. Holy cow. Again, velocities right now are going to be a little bit mixed here, but they're around 50 to 60 miles per hour. Likely much stronger than that, though. I mean, at the bare minimum, this is probably an EF-1 tornado, if not EF-2. Very strong. And debris ball, that is a seriously defined debris ball right now, heading toward Willys and Stonington. If you're either of those locations, you need to get to your safe place immediately. If you're near Kincaid or Edinburgh in Illinois, you need to get to your safe place immediately as well. Yeah, this is currently moving to the east. This is currently southeast of Springfield. Tornado is still on the ground as of 6:32 Central Time. That is your debris ball right now, north of Kincaid, moving to the east toward Willys and Stonington. Right there. Inflow going into the storm very clean. That's your hook echo. That is your tornado. It's going to be possible. It's not rain wrapped. It's not nearly as rain wrapped as before. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Moving to the east. Next area is in the track of this. It's going to be near Taylorville in Illinois. It's just off to the north of you, but it's also going to be going toward Radford and eventually going towards Assumption. So if you are in those locations, get to your safe place. In this, at least if you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible. It's moving to the east towards Stonington and Willys. Again, this is not a PDS tornado, but regardless, it is a strong tornado. I've been seeing it live, and it's quite strong. And it's large. And this is currently moving to the east. Seek shelter immediately if you're in Willys or Stonington. This is northeast of Kincaid. And this is the correlation coefficient. We're going to go split screen on this as well, giving you a better idea of what it looks like on radar and as well as whatnot. So this is, again, your tornado. It's going to be right there. That's your tornado. That's near Kincaid, and that is your debris ball. This debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. Northwest of Taylorsville and west of Willys. This is moving to the east. I'm going to try to zoom out a little bit, too, so you get a better idea of where we're at. So, again, southeast of Springfield. That is your debris ball. And back over here, that again right here is what it looks like on live reflectivity. And that's again correlation coefficient on the left side of your screen. That is currently the debris that's being lifted up in the atmosphere. Here's your latest radar scan. Still going right now. Lining it up. That's currently again live. Tornado on the ground. Moving to the east. Trees are down blocking roads. Latest from a storm chaser in the area. And this is currently not PDS, but it really should be. This is a really dangerous storm. And if you know anybody out in front of the storm too, if you know anybody near the Taylorville, Illinois area, essentially north of there in that pink polygon, make sure you are giving them a call or text. Make sure they're in their safe place. Because again, this is a very dangerous storm. This is currently a tornado on the ground. Again, large tornado and strong. It's been on the ground for about the last 10 minutes now. It has been evolving, moving to the east. It's a very dangerous storm. And the tornado at times has been rain wrapped, which makes this all that much more dangerous. So do not go outside and try to look for this. It's really dangerous. It's picking up debris and lifting it off to the west, northeast, and south by about a mile. So it's a very intense debris ball that we currently have on live radar. Let me go back to the single screen. Again, this is your debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. It's right there near Sharpsburg now. It'll be approaching Willys over the next several minutes, going toward Stonington. And this is the velocities. Again, very strong rotation still. I don't think we've had a look, at least, of the tornado live in picture for the last few minutes, but that is right now where the tornado is still located. It's moving off to the east, picking up debris. Again, that's your correlation coefficient. It is clear as day. There is a tornado on the ground. Again, moving toward Willys and Stonington in Illinois. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and lowest floor possible. In the interior room of your home or building. There is another tornado warning that has also been issued. It's for a separate storm, but we're going to stay on this storm for the time being. The other tornado warning is radar indicated for Effingham County and Fayette County back in Illinois. But again, we're going to stay on the confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving to the east toward Willys. It'll be going toward Radford and Stonington over the next several minutes. And seek shelter immediately away from windows. If you're in this tornado warning, I cannot stress it enough. And that is your tornado now. It's going to be west of Willys. It could drop down toward Taylorville. If you're in Taylorville, I would definitely make sure that you are staying very weather aware on this storm. It's not far from you. Is right now, this is like within 3 miles or so. It's about 4 miles to your northwest. So if you're in Taylorville, you're not in the direct path, but it will be close. It'll at least be possibly on the northern side of the town if it drops any further down to the south and east. So if you're down there, again, please make sure you're staying weather aware here over the next 2 minutes. This has the potential to drop down that direction. It has gone a little bit more east-southeast over the last few minutes. It started closer to the center part of this tornado warning. It's now dropping kind of on the lower half toward maybe the southern, maybe central and southern side of Willys. It'll eventually go toward Taylorville. Let's zoom in a little bit. Again, this is a very zoomed in look at this. I'm going to pause the radar, but this is not far from Taylorville. It's just to the north. A lot of farmland here. It'll be going toward Willys, but Taylorville's a very populated area. Hopefully this stays well to the north, but obviously this is a very dangerous tornado on the ground. Again, currently located near Sharpsburg and is approaching Willys in the next couple minutes. And seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The new tornado warning, again, is back down in Fayette County in Illinois. Be watching that closely as well, but this is, again, a confirmed tornado right now. Again, this is where the other tornado warning is, back down near St. Elmo. We'll talk about that at some point soon. Again, as of right now, tornado is going to be approaching Willys and Stonington. That is the tornado right there. Moving to the east. It is not a super fast-moving tornadic storm, by the way. It's moving about 35 miles per hour. Obviously, it is going at a pretty fast speed, but it's not nearly as... it could go like 60, right? So this is going at about 35 miles per hour. It'll be in Willys in the next couple minutes, and debris is being lifted up possibly miles away. So you do not want to try to be outside or even try to be near windows right now. You want to make sure you're in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is potentially still rain-wrapped. It has been rain-wrapped at times. So that makes this all that much more dangerous. Do not try to be outside while this storm is moving toward your location. Again, this is your hook echo right here. This is your inflow going to the storm. And then that right there would be where the tornado is still located. That is west of Willys. And this is within 3 miles of Willys, or about 4 miles now west of Willys. Willys will be impacted by the storm in the next 5 minutes. But you want to get to your safe place now. Do not wait. Get to your safe place immediately, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Correlation coefficient still indicating that there is a tornado on the ground. That is debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, located west of Willys. I do have Brandon on my other monitor right now. I cannot show it because I do not have permission from him, but he's not right now near the tornado. I'm going to go to Freddy and see. I don't know if he's on that right now. I think they're kind of in the same area, but... yeah, this is still a confirmed tornado by radar, without a doubt. This is on the ground still, west of Willys. It's been on the ground for almost 15 minutes now. It's still moving to the east. It's going to be going toward Radford, near Assumption eventually. If this still remains on the ground, this is, again, a potentially strong tornado that's moving to the east right now. Seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And these are your winds going toward the radar, away from the radar. That is a counterclockwise spin, pretty typical. That is your strong tornado that's on the ground in that black circle. About 4 miles west of Willys, about 2.5, 3 miles north and northwest of Taylorville. This should stay north of Taylorville, but if you're on the northern side of Taylorville in that pink polygon, or even just kind of on the cusp of it, I would recommend just getting to your safe place anyways, even if you're not in that pink polygon, because this is not far from there. And it will be going... again, it could drop a little bit more down to the south and east. It sometimes happens with these tornadoes. They sometimes change directions and this one's been drifting the slightest bit to the east-southeast, which is making it a bit more concerning if you're near the Taylorville area. So again, seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning right now. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Is right now north of Taylorville. Strong, large tornado on the ground moving east. Again, there is a tornado warning ongoing for those in St. Elmo, Brownstown, and St. James, further to the south in Illinois. Again, if you're in that tornado warning, also seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is the latest radar scan. The velocities might start to be weakening here, which could be good news. But as of right now, it perhaps is still on the ground. We're going to go through a few of these different radars. And this says a 640. Rotation might be broadening out just a little bit, but let me just double check. It's still on the ground for the time being, but it has weakened a little bit in terms of its intensity. But there's still a tornado on the ground here that's located a couple miles to the west of Willys. Again, if you're in Willys or Stonington, stay in your safe place. If you're on the north side of Taylorville, I'd recommend that you stay in your safe place as well. Yeah, if you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm, and it has had a tornado on the ground for the past 15 minutes. It's been on the ground ever since about southwest of Edinburgh, and it is still actively on the ground going toward Willys. This is a little bit of an evolution, though. I'm actually going to keep the circle here just so you know where the exact location is, but that is your tornado right there that's still on the ground, moving to the east toward Willys. Again, this is southeast of Springfield, Illinois. It's basically in central Illinois right now is where we're at. Moving to the east. And just for perspective, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit since we have a second, and this is what it looks like right now. A little bit more zoomed out. Again, tornado warning down to the south. It's not nearly as concerning at the time, but we're going to stay on the storm that is currently on the ground. And the latest radar scan just came in, by the way. I just want to kind of show you this, but this is the reflectivity. And this is your hook echo. Inflow going to the storm that helps to rotate the supercell. And then you got your tornado right here that's just located a couple miles to the west of Willys. If you're in Willys right now, get to your safe place immediately. Do not wait. This tornado will be over your head pretty much in the next couple minutes. If not within the next minute. It might already be over Willys now. I mean, it's, again, the radar is slightly delayed. So you want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place right now. And this has been rain wrapped at times, which makes it even more difficult to see. So don't try to look out your window and wait. Just get to your safe place now. Yeah, this could still be on the ground as of right now. It has been on the ground for the last several minutes. Radar has confirmed that it's been on the ground for quite a while. This is still where it is right now. It's north of Taylorville, excuse me. That is your tornado now. It looks to be weakening a little bit, but it's still on the ground for the time being. And that is the exact location just to the west of Willys, moving to the east. Hook echo, inflow. Again, just kind of drawing it out for you so you get a general diagram here. And southeast of Springfield near the Willys and Taylorville, Illinois area. As of at this current time, we've not had any live visual of the tornado in the last few minutes, but again, it is still on the ground according to radar. In addition to that, it is likely rain wrapped, so it makes it, again, 10 times harder to even see the tornado, so you don't want to be trying to look for it. At this current time, though, radar is still confirming it on the ground for this time. It has been large at times, and looked fairly strong when it first began, and it looks a little bit smaller than before, but I'd still stay in your safe place, again, away from windows. It is a ongoing active tornado on the ground. It's been on the ground for the past 15, almost 20 minutes now. It's been on the ground. Again, not far from the Willys area. It's going towards Stonington. If you're in Stonington, get to your safe place immediately. There's a hail core as well, so there will be a hail threat out of this and damaging winds. And the potential, again, for that tornado near Willys right now. Look at this next radar scan here. Velocities should update here in a second. Again, this is right now your hook echo, inflow going to the storm. And that would be where your tornado is located. It's right there just to the west-southwest of Willys. This tornado will continue to move to the east. Again, it could always go a little bit left, a little bit right. If it went left, it would occlude, obviously. If it went right and kind of drifted down to the south and east, that'd be very dangerous. But it's probably going to keep going to the east toward Radford and Pleak, and possibly Obed as well. So just off to the east here of the Stonington area in Illinois. So that'd be our next area that we'd have to be watching for that very concerning, again, tornado right now. There are power flashes also, by the way. Just a FYI. There's still power flashes, so By the sounds of it, there is still a tornado on the ground. Again, this is what's happening right now. This is your tornado. It's located west-southwest of Willys. That's your correlation coefficient. That is still a tornado on the ground. It is green. It's not blue anymore, but that is still debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is still your tornado. It's located, again, a couple miles to the north of Taylorville. It will not be probably dropping down toward Taylorville, but if you're on the northern side of Taylorville, stay in your safe place. Debris can be lofted up, again, miles away. And then if you're in Willys, this is right now about to be overhead. So if you're in Willys right now, get to your safe place now. And if you're back southwest or even in Stonington, again, anywhere in the pink polygon, you want to make sure you're staying in your safe place. Again, tornadoes have in the past, and they do this all the time, where they do sometimes change directions. So it could go legitimately any other direction here. You know, it can change directions. It happens quite often with tornadoes. They're not always a straight line. It's not a perfect world. We are talking about a potential for this to go further to the north and east. It could continue to just go east, and it also could go a little bit southeast. So it's a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. Again, this is a tornado on the ground moving to the east toward Radford. This has been confirmed multiple times by storm chasers. In addition to this, it has obviously been radar confirmed, and it is still on the ground with a correlation coefficient drop as of right now. Next velocity scan will be in here in about 30 seconds, and we'll have an idea of where this is exactly located. Looks like that tornado now is going to be located right here over Willys. And yeah, there you go. That's the tornado that is still on the ground. Correlation coefficient still indicating right in that little green. That is your tornado right there. Still on the ground for the time. It looks much smaller, as I said before, than before. So it's probably not a large tornado anymore, but it's still obviously very dangerous. And it could obviously re-intensify. That's a big concern with this. It is a discrete cell at this point. Again, that is the circles representing that tornado. We have a large hail core that indicates a stronger supercell in most cases. And then that's your hook gecko, clean inflow going to the storm. And that's all creating the rotation and creating the supercell that we have right now, producing this tornado near Willys. And right there's the tornado. It's going to be right on the cusp there of Willys, the downtown area. This is not far from Taylorville. Again, if you're in Taylorville on the north side, definitely stay in your safe place. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I wouldn't doubt that you see swirling in the trees if you're in Taylorville. This is not far from Taylorville right now. I mean, if you're like just on the northeast side of Taylorville, again, I would stay away from windows at all costs here. Again, debris could go flying. Again, tornadoes can change directions. If you're on the north and east side, even if you're not in the tornado warning, it's a good idea to do so. This is really starting to hug more of the southern side of this tornado warning, which means debris could go flying a bit further down to the south. Is very concerning right now, even near the Hewitttville area. And if you're anywhere out in front of this storm, make sure that you are prepared with a tornado action plan in place. In addition to this, have multiple ways to receive alerts, have flashlights on hand, and again, make sure you're prepared for a tornado warning like this. Again, we could still see this tornado on the ground down the road. This has been on the ground for 20 minutes now. And at least, I don't know if it might have been on the ground for a little bit longer, but this has been on the ground for 20 minutes, which is absurd. For the environment that we have right now, this has been a long track tornado so far. And this tornado is still on the ground in that black circle on your screen. This is the correlation coefficient that is delayed a little bit, and the reflectivity is also not yet updated. This is 648 though. That's the tornado that is still on the ground. It's doing on the south side of Willys. It is now a little bit to the north of Hewitttville, and it's also just to the north and east of Taylorville. And seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning immediately. If we have any other updates here. All right. Yeah, again, if you're wondering where this is again southeast of Springfield, Illinois. If you're not familiar with this area, so that's the exact location, or at least the proximity. And yeah, debris signature still on the ground right now south of Willys. And that's what it looks like on radar. Again, hook gecko, inflow going to the storm. You get what I mean. Again, large hail core as well near Blue Mound. But that is your tornado right now. Give me that circle down here just near Willys. It's going to be going toward Radford and Assumption. You know, anybody in Assumption or Radford, or if you are in Radford or Assumption, make sure that you are prepared if a tornado warning does get issued for your location. Again, this storm is currently moving toward your area. Yeah, we're in Illinois. It's also in the title, by the way. Just an FYI, the state name. And it's still a tornado ongoing, moving east toward Radford and Assumption. You are not included in the tornado warning if you're in Radford and Assumption right now, but I would be considering, starting to get to your safe place early, just in case, because this storm is, it's moving 35 miles per hour to the east. It's not the quickest moving storm ever, but it will be there within the next 10 minutes at this rate. Let's put an exact distance on this. Yeah, 10-15 minutes or so for Radford and Assumption. Obviously, if you're in a tornado warning prior to that, you want to get to your safe place early, just in case. Because again, it will be approaching those areas. Rotation's now located north of Hewitttville by about 3 miles. It says of 6:50 p.m. Central Time. Correlation coefficient is not yet updated. It's a couple minutes delayed, and the reflectivity is on the same boat. But that is the velocities right now, southeast of Willys, going toward Radford and near Assumption. It's an ongoing tornado moving to the east. This is the latest radar scan. Again, that circle that you have right there, that is your tornado on the ground. That's the that's the velocities again. And here's your correlation coefficient. Hasn't yet updated, but again, debris still being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is the tornado, though, right there. Let me put a little timing guide on this, just to give you an idea if you're out in front of this, kind of give you a little bit of a general timing. Again, it's an ETA, so please, if you're under a tornado warning, get there before this actual estimated timing. It's just giving you an idea of when you can perhaps expect this if you're back over west of Charleston, Illinois. But here's your timing on the left side of your screen. So Assumption is going to be within the next 15 minutes. Pleak about 25 minutes from now. Obed in about half an hour. Westervelt about 35 minutes. Rennerville 40 minutes from now. Duval 40 minutes. Findlay right around 42 minutes, and then around Dunn in about 45 minutes or so. And then about an hour if you're back over near Chips, Windsor, or Allenville on this particular cell. Again, there's definitely a chance that this could weaken a bit as it goes that direction, or it could also maintain its intensity with that tornado. So you definitely want to make sure you're staying alert. And then Coles, Fuller, as well as the Gaze area in about 65 minutes. That is your current timing, again, on this ongoing tornado warning cell. That is currently a confirmed tornado on the ground moving to the east. That is, again, your tornado on the ground moving to the east. It has been on the ground for a long time, about 20 to 25 minutes now. Just going to kind of show you the evolution, though. This is what it looks like. Yeah, this started all the way back at about 6:25. It's been on the ground for almost a half an hour. This is the very beginning, though, when this tornado happened. This is at 6:26. So this has been on the ground for about half an hour, which is, again, crazy. And it might be occluding. There's a possibility that this is now occluding a bit. Check it out a little bit. And tornado is going to be located right here. Match this up with the reflectivity. And then go to your correlation coefficient. And no, there's still a tornado on the ground. That is still very strong. Get to your safe place if you're still in this tornado warned cell. That is still a tornado on the ground moving east. And seek shelter immediately if you're included in this tornado warning. That is another deep correlation coefficient drop on this tornado warning cell. And one of the worst parts about this, too, is that it is rain-wrapped. So storm chasers in the area are having trouble even seeing this. It has been confirmed by storm chasers. But, yeah, this is, again, a very dangerous storm. Still producing a tornado right now, moving to the east. Again, seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning. That is a very strong area of rotation still. In addition to that, the correlation coefficient is still indicating a very deep correlation coefficient drop now, which means that debris is definitely being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous storm moving toward Radford. This tornado warning expires in about 5 minutes. I'm assuming they'll issue a new tornado warning here momentarily, as long as the rotation does continue. And latest radar scan's coming in at 6:52 on this radar scan. 6:54 should be in here in a second. On the velocities. Again, radar scans are coming in every about 2 minutes. So they are a little bit delayed. Obviously, you want to make sure you get to your safe place well before the rotation is near you. What do the colors mean on correlation coefficient? So the blue will indicate, if we're seeing like blue on this correlation coefficient, that would indicate that there's likely a lot of debris being lifted up in the atmosphere, at least a very defined area of debris. But some of the other colors, they kind of just vary. Like basically, if we look at like the grays and the tans, keep going with the wrong radar, but if you go to like the tans and whatnot, like these tans and reds, that's usually not debris. So that's just rain. That's rain particles that are being detected by the radar. I'm glad I could help you, Adam. All right, 6:52. Again, that's 6:55, obviously, but the radar scan should be coming in here in a second. On the velocities. And tornado's going to be located right about here now, just west of Radford. And seek shelter if you're including this tornado warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is the latest radar scan on where this tornado is. It is still picking up debris actively west of Radford. It's just kind of has evolved, by the way. I'm going to do the last 7 frames here. Just give you an idea of what's happening here in the last few minutes. It looks like it could be occluding. Again, I've said this a few times, but when we start to see a little bit more of a left turn on tornadoes like this, it sometimes can mean we're starting to see a little bit of weakening. We've yet to see that. We've seen it kind of a couple times turn a little bit left. This might be turning a little bit off to the north, and if that does end up happening, this tornado will likely occlude and weaken out. We've yet to see that definitively happen, though. Again, there's still a tornado actively happening. This is moving to the east toward Radford, so again, if you're near Radford or Assumption, I'd recommend you get to your safe place now, but there is perhaps potential that does happen in the next few minutes. It's not out of the question that we start to see maybe a little bit of an occlusion process, and that could weaken out the strong tornado and the large tornado that we've had for the last few minutes. Yeah, if you're in Radford or Assumption, I would get to your safe place for the time being. Even though you're not in the tornado warning, you're obviously next in track for this. You're right now in the track. Look at this. All right, so I was just saying this. It looks like this has occluded for the time being. Debris is still being lifted up on the correlation coefficient, likely from the remnants of what the tornado was, but I think this is now occluded. So there is perhaps a chance that this is now ended. It could recycle, so we're still watching this very closely, but there has been an occlusion process that has happened here, which looks to be good news, but it always could, strengthen again. We have an environment where there is a chance for tornadoes, and this is a situation where this could re-strengthen. But again, there's still a tornado on the ground at this given time, but it has moved to the north and is weaker than before. It could drop again, though, back to the east, so stay in your safe place still if you're included in this tornado warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, that green is representing a little bit less debris. See if we have any other reports on this. All right, brand new tornado warning for those in Obed and as well as off to the east here. I'm not sure. Again, this is still not PDS, but there is a new tornado warning now. So this could be for Obed, Radford, Pleak, Yantisville as well. All those areas included in this brand new tornado warning. If you're anywhere in these areas, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is going to be including areas off to the north and east of Assumption. Assumption is not included in this tornado warning, but if you're in Obed, Pleak, or Yantisville, or Radford, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is still an ongoing observed tornado. It is still on the ground as we speak, but obviously it looks like it is occluded. But we're going to see what happens on the next radar scan. It's going to be pretty critical what we see in the next couple minutes. This is what it looks like on radar. There's a lot of rain, cool air. This is good news. This will weaken out the tornado with all this rain that's coming out in front of it now. It's a lot of good news right here. All that rain moving off to the north will help to weaken this out for sure. Yeah, you can see here, the rotation has broadened out substantially in the last couple scans. There is still debris as of 656. We haven't, the new correlation coefficient will come in a second. There's perhaps a lot of good news here in terms of this tornado threat. There's still debris as of right now located right here, but that is definitely a weakening sign right now. That tornado is still located right here. Stay in your safe place in Radford, Pleak, Obed, and Yantisville for the time being, but that is your tornado still on the ground. It is on the ground for the time being, but it is weakening quite quickly. We have a lot of rain around this. In addition to that, we have obviously the occlusion that it looks like at least happened there. See how it's evolved, though. The rotations weaken out really quickly. There's still debris in the atmosphere, so by no means go outside. By no means try to look for this with your window. Do not do that. Please go to your safe place. Again, lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you should go to a sturdy structure. You're out in front of this. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is currently southeast of Springfield in Illinois. That's where this precise location is right now in this ongoing tornado that's been large at times and obviously strong and has produced some damage from what we know from this point. The tornado warning is still ongoing for Fayette as well in Illinois, that county. Or Fayette, back down to the south. And as of right now, that has not been confirmed. It is radar indicated rotation down there to the south. Let me go back over to the reflectivity again. We're gonna see on the reflectivity, or the velocities here for a second. New radar scan is coming out now, and there is that rotation is still existent. Let's go to the reflectivity. We'll go back to the correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient hasn't updated yet, but that's our new area of rotation, and this is west of Radford in Illinois, going toward Obed, Yantisville, and Pleak. Findlay, Todd's Point, and Duval will be in the track this eventually. If you're still in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, tornado has been on the ground for quite a while. This tornado has been on the ground, I believe, for about a half an hour total. So this has been a long track tornado, to say the least. It's been a long track, but it's also been strong, going through areas like Willys, Kincaid, and north of Taylorville. Yeah, I mean, the correlation coefficient should update here in a second, but I think the rotation has weakened out a bit. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm as well for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and some hail. But obviously the main concern right now is this large tornado that's been ongoing for a while. The correlation coefficient hasn't updated yet. Again, it should in just a moment. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, it looks like this is entirely occluded. This tornado, it looks to no longer be on the ground at this current time. Again, I would stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But this has really been overcome by a lot of rain cool air. Again, this is just the evolution over the last few minutes. I want to point this out because this is kind of a little bit of a lesson here, but you can see, again, this was a very defined hook echo for a while. All this rain cool air is lifted up to the north and east with this other storm, and that's weakened out that rotation, at least for the time being. This could still recycle. Keep that in mind. There's still rotation there. It's broader than before. It's not on the ground right now, but it's broader rotation. You'll notice that strong rotation before, going through Willys, strong tornado, and now it's weakened out for the time being. But we could still see a tornado come out of this. It's not out of the woods yet. While it goes to the east, southeast, maybe toward Assumption, and as well as toward Duval and Findlay, there could still be a tornado with this. So still stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. But this is definitely weakened out, and it's really rain wrapped. I mean, if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be impossible to see. Do not go outside. Do not look out your window if you're in Radford, Obed, Yantisville, or Pleak. Please stay in your safe place still. Let me go back over to here real quick. By the way, if you have any photos or videos of any of this, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, please make sure if you're taking any photos or videos, take them safely. If you're under a tornado warning, go to your safe place. Do not take photos, please. It's not worth it. And if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, same thing. But if you're taking photos from a distance, that's fine. And again, if you're just tuning in, this has been a large tornado that was on the ground for approximately 30 minutes. At this given time, it does not seem to be on the ground anymore, but this is a little bit of a zoom out look. So we're southeast of Springfield, zooming out entirely. But this is where the tornado has been on the ground for quite a while, south of Decatur, south of Bloomington, northeast of St. Louis. And again, we have another tornado warning down here to the south as well. Haven't really been looking at that one a whole lot since we've had a tornado on the ground for quite a while. But real quickly, just going to kind of check in on it. Looks like a little bit of rotation, but nothing too crazy here. This tornado warning goes for 10 minutes. Not seeing anything too tight or defined. We're going to stay on this tornado warning for the time being. And the latest radar scan on this is about to come back in, so we'll see if anything is developed. Again, the velocities have been really weakening out over the last several minutes, which is really good news. Stay in your safe place again if you're still in this tornado warning for Obed, Yantisville, Pleak, and Radford. Here's your latest radar scan. Again, we could still see a recycle of this. It's not out of the question. It's not impossible by any means for us to see a recycle and potentially another tornado with this. But that rain cool air, at least temporarily, has weakened out the rotation in terms of a ongoing tornado. But this could, again, drop a tornado again as it moves to the east. We're going to stay on the storm because it has a chance of recycling as it moves towards Findlay and Todd's Point. By the way, I do appreciate everybody subscribing and obviously the super chats and whatnot. I appreciate you guys. I'm not going to really get to those until we are officially done with this tornado warning, or at least the rotations to a point where it will not produce a tornado in the next 2 minutes. But obviously, we are still monitoring this very closely because there has been a tornado with this multiple times, and we obviously could see a tornado drop with this again at any time. It was on the ground for approximately 30 minutes if you're just tuning in. Again, it was a large tornado that was, or at least large at times. It wasn't large, I don't think, the entire time, but it was on the ground for quite a while, about 30 minutes total. And it was, again, very dangerous and destructive. There's a lot of video. There's gonna be a lot of video on it too, because I know there's been a lot of storm chasers on this one, but yeah, that I doubt. Very dangerous storm. And moving off to the east right now. That's smart, yeah. All right, as of right now, it's 7:04 or 7:06 p.m. Central Time. Again, 7:04 on the latest radar scan. Again, the rotation itself is well embedded in this rainfall. It used to be a very organized, semi-discrete to discrete supercell for quite a while. It's no longer in that situation. It is a big cluster. Again, we are seeing basically... I was going to use an analogy, but I'm not going to. It's going to use another cookie analogy. But yeah, basically, again, this storm is very well currently associated in this big area of rain wrapped, basically a bunch of rain wrapped around this area of rotation. So if there is a tornado on the ground, the best way we'll be able to see it basically is going to be from the radar. We could also see a storm chaser within the range of it, but to be honest with you, it's going to be really hard to see even on a storm chaser's perspective just because of how rain wrapped this is. There's a ton of heavy rain falling around this, so that's a big concern. Again, this is the area of rotation still. It is broader than before. For the time being, this is not on the ground, at least from what we know. It was on the ground, obviously, again, for half an hour, but it could drop again at any time. And this is continuing to move off to the east. And the tornado watch, by the way, still does include the St. Louis area. I just want to point this out real quick. St. Louis is still included in this tornado watch. I don't really foresee a tornado in that area, but there's still a low chance of that over the next hour. And then tornado watch has been getting more and more condensed, so includes still parts of southern and central sections of Illinois. Lincoln, Petersburg, and as well as the Woodside areas, you guys are done as well for Springfield with that tornado risk. Tornado risk is now shifting further to the south. And also, by the way, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm back closer to south of Effingham. This is a tornado possible, so we are still monitoring a threat for a tornado with that, but the rotation's been a bit broader on that storm for a while, but we'll still be watching it closely. And this is the latest radar scan as of 2 minutes ago. Broader rotation now, not nearly as strong. It's still observed as of the National Weather Service, so we're going to keep it on observe for now, just in case. They know something that we don't. It's perhaps a possibility for that, but... there are definitely still some strong winds with this. Definitely still rotation. It's just broader than before. We could see this obviously re-strengthen at any time. I mean, look at these winds. These velocities are really intense. Very high winds, to say the least. Damaging winds. Very strong, to say the least. A little update, by the way, if you're in Northeast Ohio or Northwest Pennsylvania, I just want to throw this out there. There is a new mesoscale discussion for that area. Few damaging wind gusts and perhaps a brief tornado are possible this evening. So if you're back up that direction, that's basically near and east of Cleveland, back through the Erie area. That's basically it. So I just want to throw that out there for those that are back up there. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are under this is currently a tornado warning southeast of Springfield, Illinois. This has been a tornado that was on the ground for quite a while, again, 30 minutes. Still not, it's not nearly as strong anymore. We don't have a tornado as of this current time, but there's definitely damaging winds. Without a doubt, we have very intense winds going away from the radar, and this could recycle. We could see a tornado develop out of this again. One key thing that you need to keep in mind here is that the reflectivity is indicating that this is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. That means that you're not going to be able to see it if you're out in front of the storm. So don't try to look for this. Leave it to the professional storm chasers out in the field. Do not try to go outside or even look out your window. It's way too dangerous to be able to look outside for a tornado like this. The rain-wrapped nature of it makes it very dangerous. So again, stay in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this is currently west of Findlay and west of Todd's Point in Illinois. This the time that's on this is Central Time, Epic. Yeah, top left of your screen, that is Central Time. And I'm pretty sure all of Illinois is in Central Time, so... And next radar scan will be coming in about 30 seconds. So we'll have that in a second. No problem. All right, let me check and see if we have any other reports on Twitter. Somebody said they mentioned me in a post, and I do not see that. So you might have to mention me again. My Twitter handle is again at MaxVelocityWX. Just circle this real quick. All right, nothing there. I was about to say. But yeah, right now, again, this is the latest radar scan. Damaging wind's definitely a concern right now. The rotation is weakened for the most part. There is a little bit of rotation. It looks like attempting to develop back near the Assumption area. Again, stay in your safe place if you're included in this tornado warning. Back near Yantisville, Obed, and Pleak, in that pink box, you are included in the tornado warning right now. And this is going to be going towards Findlay and Todd's Point. Again, this is a tornado that was on the ground for quite a while, and it's not on the ground at this current time, at least from what we know, but it obviously could be. There could be another brief tornado with this. The National Weather Service still has this on a tornado observed, which has been confirmed by multiple storm chasers. But as of right now, again, we are basically waiting to see if this does change in terms of the warning. It still does say observed for the time being. And so we'll be going toward Yantisville, Obed, and Pleak. Those locations, get to your safe place immediately. If you are currently in Radford, stay in your safe place as well. Yeah, we have very strong winds going away from the radar, and this is really a concern as well, will be the damaging wind potential. That is increasing very quickly. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, very well in play with this storm, as it does continue to move to the east. Stay in your safe place if you're included in this tornado warning. All right, so we now have a new report that there's now, again, a confirmed tornado near Assumption, which that's the small area there. A rain-wrapped tornado is ongoing north of Assumption. At least from what I'm hearing, again, I can't 100% confirm it, but I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, the radar lines up with it. Again, near Assumption, seek shelter. If you're on the northern side there, near Assumption, there is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. That'll be going toward Yantisville and Obed and Pleak over the next several minutes. Again, stay in your safe place. You're included in this tornado warning. Could perhaps be a second tornado that's now on the ground. This obviously was one tornado, and we are now back on to perhaps a second tornado here. That might be perhaps a bit more short-lived, but there's also a chance that this does intensify again. And you'll notice here, again, this is all rain-wrapped, so if you're anywhere in this area, do not look outside your window. Stay indoors, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you want to drive or at least get to a sturdy structure if you're well out in front of the storm. Obviously, it might be a bit too late by now, but if you're back over like Yantisville, Findlay, Todd's Point, you got a couple minutes, but you want to get to that sturdy structure like now. You don't want to wait any longer. But it's more of a thing that you should do if you're out in front of the storms. Much harder to do that in the short term. This tornado is going east-southeast right now. It's been going east-southeast for quite a while. Let me just kind of put a little loop on this for the last few minutes, but this particular area of rotation has been drifting east-southeast. This is a new area of rotation, actually, that's been developing. Our initial tornado back here near Willys. That was the initial tornado, again, that was on the ground for 30 minutes. This is a new one that's now on the ground near the Assumption area. Again, moving to the east. If you're included in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I cannot reiterate that enough. And next radar scan should be coming in. Let me just double check here. Yeah, velocity is a little bit delayed right now, but it should be coming in here anytime. Correlation coefficient, one thing I want to point out. The correlation coefficient, this is what indicates debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. We aren't seeing that right now in this area. All that red and also the kind of like the tan, gray colorish areas, that's representing mostly just rain being fall. Basically, it's just indicating rain falling. So we're not seeing any debris right now. So if there is a tornado on the ground still, it's likely, one, it's rain wrapped, obviously, but the other part about it is that it's likely small, and it might be brief and weak. It might kind of be intermittent right now, so that's what we're seeing right now back west of Yantisville. That right here. That would be your tornado if it's still on the ground. It looks, again, it's not strong, tight, and confined, but it's strong enough to the point where we could see a brief tornado in between radar scans. That's kind of the point where we've gotten with the storm so far. But again, it could intensify again as it moves towards Findlay and Todd's Point. So again, seek shelter if you're included in this tornado warning. There is a chance, again, that as this goes towards Finley and Todd's Point, we get a new tornado warning on it, so we'll see. By the way, I'll be talking about other areas in a moment. Once this tornado warning, or at least this rotation, starts to weaken out a bit, we'll definitely be going to other areas and giving you a breakdown of other stuff. And I do apologize if I've not been answering your question. Obviously, there's been a lot of stuff happening in the last 30 minutes. Got a confirmed tornado for the last 30 to 45 minutes back over, basically from Edinburgh all the way through Willys and Radford. And now we're back to more of, I'd say, not broad rotation. It's definitely strong rotation still, but it's not a tornado as of right now. But again, it could happen again at any time, so we still have to monitor this very closely. And also, again, I do appreciate the super chats and the new members. And again, if you become a new member, welcome to Velocities. I'll formally thank you after this tornado warning's officially done. But for right now, again, this is still a storm that could produce a tornado at any time if it's not already on the ground still, which, again, it could be going intermittent. We've had a recent report of a rain-wrapped tornado near Assumption, which would be out of this rotation. Again, it's moving toward Yantisville, and as well as Obed, and it'll be eventually going towards Finley. Here's your latest radar scan. Again, rotation's starting to broaden out on this. We got winds going this direction. That's, again, going away from the radar. This is your velocities going toward the radar. Rotation, again, is on the broader side of things still. It's broadened out a bit. I think that this could become more of an outflow-driven storm. And in addition to this, there's a lot of rain around this. I mean, this storm itself has become much more disorganized. It's more clustered now, so it's going to have a little bit more tough time of developing back into a tornadic supercell, especially for 30-plus minutes. I mean, that was unbelievable. That was on the ground for 30 minutes, but again, this is still something you want to take seriously. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're still included in that tornado warning for the next few minutes. And we'll see what the National Weather Service does. I think they'll probably issue a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning unless this rotation starts to ramp up again, which is entirely in play, how the storm has gone over the last several minutes. And also, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning, at least an update. We had multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with these storms. Again, all these storms are capable of producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and perhaps some half-dollar sized hail. But this has obviously been the most concerning storm over the last little while. The tornado warning that was back down here near St. Elmo, no longer ongoing. There's a lot of lightning, though, out of these storms down here. Tornado possible labels on this for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. But there is a lot of lightning. The lightning detection over the last 15 minutes indicating a lot. I mean, that's at least 50 strikes every 15 minutes. But it's probably much more than that. Again, this is just in the last few minutes. There's a intense amount of lightning that's down near the Clade area south of Effingham. So, again, stay away from windows and make sure you're indoors at the bare minimum if you're down there. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Velocities have just come in as well. Again, rotation's broadening out now near the Yantisville area. Moving toward Finley, but there is definitely still a chance for damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour as this moves off to the east toward Finley and Duval. Still make sure you're staying indoors and away from windows as these storms do go through. And obviously, if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you are staying in a safe place and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, because damaging winds can knock over trees, power lines, all that sort of stuff, and it can make a lot of, it can cause a lot of issues, especially if you're on a higher floor of your building or wherever else you might be. If we have any other reports on these storms in the last few minutes. Again, the latest that we had was that there was a tornado on the ground, perhaps a brief tornado at least near Assumption, which is only a few miles west of this, and then from there it looks like it's weakened out again. We had that long track tornado for about 30 minutes, so it's back from about Edinburgh back through Willys if you're just tuning in. Again, you can go back and watch it on live radar if you want, on our live stream here. This is what's currently happening, obviously going toward Finley and Duval in Illinois. It'll be going toward Lake Shelbyville, eventually toward Windsor, and eventually toward Gaze, Coles, Mattoon, Paradise. All those areas will be in the track of this area of storms eventually, and they won't necessarily produce a tornado risk by then, but it will definitely still be producing the threat for damaging winds by then. Scattered to numerous damaging winds will start to evolve here over the next little while. We're back under radar indicated rotation, so this is no longer a confirmed tornado. I mean, we've been kind of saying that for a while. Obviously, it's been kind of in and out, though. We had that brief tornado, perhaps, near Assumption. This is back to broad rotation, so good news there for the time being. Again, make sure you're still staying in your safe place, though, if you're included in this warning, which includes Pleak, Obed, and Yantisville. The storm, again, is continuing to move to the east-southeast toward Findlay, Todd's Point, Lake Shelbyville will also be in the track of this. Here's the latest radar scan again. Still some rotation located on the southern side of this tornado warning. Again, it'll be moving east-southeast toward Duval. Shelbyville and Middlesworth will also be in the track of this as well. So if you're in those areas, you know, definitely be weather aware. These storms will be going that direction as well. By the way, this is currently in Shelby County, Illinois. For those that are familiar with the counties here in central Illinois, it's all southeast of Springfield. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is Illinois severe weather coverage. Obviously, we're covering multiple states, but this has been a tornado that was on the ground for 30 minutes in Illinois. If this tornado warning does end up expiring, we go back to severe thunderstorm warnings. We are definitely going to do a loop of this so you can see how it all went down, because there was obviously this was on the ground for quite a while. Hopefully, this does weaken out, because again, it was a very intense storm for a good 30 to 45 minutes here across parts of basically southeast again of Springfield. That's where this has been. It's all rain wrapped too, which is really the biggest concern with what the storm was, is the tornado was rain wrapped. And so if you're on like the roadways or something, traveling, whatever you might be doing, this would have been a difficult tornado to see just out of the blue. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. It was obviously a very dangerous storm, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, again, unbelievable stuff. All right, let me get to some notifications real quick, because I missed a lot of stuff. Thank you for Jane for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate your support, and thank you for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Sony, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Sloan, for the super chat from earlier, and thank you for Jill for the other super chat. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your generosity. Those were half an hour ago, but again, we had that confirmed tornado for a very long time. We do not need any more moderators right now, but I do appreciate you contacting me. If you want to become a moderator, you can join our Discord, and I might consider it. Back over to this latest radar scan. Again, there is still some rotation near Yantisville, moving toward Findlay, Duval, but again, broadening rotation. So good news. Again, I can't stress that enough. I'm so glad the rotation's much weaker than before. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning, but the rotation's much broader, and this storm itself has lost its punch basically with its rotation. So I don't think there'll be a new tornado warning, but again, it wouldn't shock me. It's not weak rotation. It's still broad, but it could strengthen again. Thank you, Nathan, as well, for the super chat as well from 16 minutes ago. Any traffic cams in the area? I have no clue. Traffic cams are really hard to pull up when I'm doing a tornado tornado on the ground coverage. I'm one-man show here, so there's only so much I can do. Obviously, we could use Brandon Kopic's stream, but again, I don't have permission for that specifically. Obviously, I have permission from Vince, which we use his quite often, but I'll have to contact Brandon in the future. Also, thank you, Legacy, for the super chat from earlier. Evansville, Indiana. Evansville will be mainly a damaging wind threat, and that will be probably in about a few hours from now. But you'll be mainly damaging winds. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but the threat is very low tonight. Thank you as well for Pink Piggy for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, that dude, for the $5 super chat. St. Louis is going to see late night storms tonight. If you're over in St. Louis, it's not going to be late night. It's in the next hour. But overall, the storms that are back over in St. Louis have been struggling to develop. There hasn't been a whole lot here. There's some showers, some downpours. It's actually like a little storm trying to form here, but I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado if you're in the St. Louis metro area, but to be honest with you, it's a lower chance, and it's been low for quite a while. The storms have struggled to develop, but it's still in play for the next hour or two. You're still in the tornado watch if you're in the St. Louis metro, but the threat will probably mainly be in Illinois, maybe on the very eastern side there of St. Louis. Thank you, Key, as well, for the generous $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Brief, as well, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the generosity. It would be possible without you guys. Also, thank you again for the new members today. We have 5 new members. I appreciate all of you. Welcome to the Velocities. All right. I will be answering some questions now, since we have a a little bit of a breather. If you're curious what this looked like over the last 30 minutes or so, let me do a little time, or not like, we'll do a little loop real quick, since we're, again, in between radar scans here, rotation's weakening. But this is the tornado. We actually have to go further back. Man, this is an unbelievable tornado, but this is going 75 frames back. Actually, this might be too many. Let me go back 50. Thank you, that dude, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Let's get some hearts in the chat for that dude. That's a very big commitment to the Max Velocity YouTube channel. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Let's get some hearts in the chat for that dude. Thanks so much. Here's what it looks like. All right, so I'm going to kind of start this. I cannot really pause it, but this is what it looked like at the beginning. Again, this is about 6:24. That's the tornado on the ground. I can't really pause it any better than this, but that's near Kincaid. All right, so that was the tornado on the ground at 6:24 p.m. Just watch how this evolves. I mean, that's when it was really strong. That was when it was a large tornado northwest of Taylorville. And then this is eventually by 6:35, 6:36, still a tornado on the ground there. And then eventually getting closer to about 6:40, still on the ground right there. That is still on the ground near Willie's. And eventually by 6:46, still on the ground. And then still on the ground by 6:50. And then 6:54, that's still on the ground. This is on the ground by radar for approximately 40 minutes, I think. Let me do, wait, is that the math? No, 30 minutes. Yeah, 35 minutes? Yeah, it was about 35 minutes or so, 35 minutes. That is a long track tornado. So, I just want to throw that out there. That was a long track tornado that was on the ground for about 35 minutes. And if you didn't already believe me with that, we can go through the correlation coefficient and you will see the debris ball. Let me try to go back further. I cannot go back far enough for some reason with this. Let me try to go back 50 frames. Thank you, that dude, for the 1 gifted member as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. For whoever got the gifted member, make sure to thank that dude. I appreciate that. But here's what it looks like at about 6:24. Again, it's going to be hard to see because there's a lot of different stuff we're looking at here, but southwest of Edinburgh, right there, I can't circle it because I can't pause this, but it's basically north of Tovey, southwest of Edinburgh, in that little blue area. That is where that tornado was on the ground. This is at 6:26. Again, you can see it much more defined there, and eventually going closer to about 6:30. This is the most defined it really got with the correlation coefficient drop with where the debris was. That was south of Edinburgh with that tornado that happened on the ground. This is 6:32 going east toward Willie's and Taylorville, and then eventually going closer to 6:34, 6:36. It kept moving off to the east. Going to the east by about 6:40, it went toward Willie's. Again, it's in that little area there west of Willie's, and eventually going closer to 6:44. Tornado's still on the ground. It's in more of that green shaded area north of Taylorville, west-southwest of Willie's, and eventually going closer to about 6:50 or so. It was still on the ground a little bit there, and then it kind of started to weaken out. So that's the evolution of it. And then this is what it looked like on the reflectivity, since, you know, we're just doing everything here. Again, you'll notice it. When you see it, you'll see where the tornado actually started. Look at that hook there. That was at 6:13. This was not yet tornado warned. And then this is about 6:20. That hook is much more defined. That is 6:24 near Kincaid. Impressive hook echo. And then that is 6:30. It becomes more rain wrap, but that was the tornado. It's on that leading edge there. Unbelievable, to say the least, what we saw with this discrete supercell. And look at it continuing to move to the east. And then all the rain cool air came out in front of it. That weakened out this storm. So it's a really impressive view of it when you look at it on radar. With how this has all evolved. I mean, we see discrete cells like this all the time. Not every day, obviously, but we see discrete cells daily at least, but not like, you know, always producing just, you know, or not daily, but, you know, you kind of get what I mean. Like, they happen quite often when there's severe weather events like this. And this one was one of the more impressive ones I think we've covered live in terms of its structure. Obviously, it really weakened afterwards because of the rain cool air that came out of the south, or yeah, the southwest. You'll notice that right around 6:50. Again, timestamps at the bottom left of your screen. But yeah, again, crazy stuff. Hook echo, massive hail core too. I don't want you to miss that. But there was a pretty large hail core too that was producing some pretty substantial hail as well. So yeah, that was a wild storm to say the least. Thank you, Wes Fester, for the $10 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for generosity. And thank you, Tara, as well, for the very generous $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you guys all for your generosity. I appreciate all the super chats and the new members. We're only about 4 members away from our member record. If you want to become a member, you can click the top link in the description below, and you can also click the join button if you're on Windows. If you want to become a member, against as little as $2.99 a month. Helps support the page and being able to do what we do here with all the severe weather coverage. And yeah, again, I appreciate all the support. Obviously, prayers to anybody that was in the track of this storm and anybody that was impacted by this tornado warn cell. It was obviously a very dangerous tornado. There's going to be a lot of videos on it on Twitter tonight, by the way. Just an FYI, if you're curious. I'll be trying to retweet some of those, but Brandon Kopich had a pretty good view of it at one point. That's the main reason why we had a really good. That's based on why I said it was a large tornado, because I literally could see it. It was a large tornado that was developing, and yeah, it was an unbelievable storm. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. And look at all this lightning, by the way. One of the other crazy things about this, there's a ton of lightning. That's all lightning right there near the Pana area in South Macon. That's a ton of lightning. And let me check to see the lightning maps and see how much lightning is actually happening right now, because there's obviously a lot of it. I'm gonna see if we can get an estimate on this. There are currently total around this area 125 lightning strikes a minute. That is about 2 per second. So these are highly electrified storms right now. That is impressive. It's a lot of lightning. Is anybody currently in this area, by the way? Anybody in this like region? Kind of in like where are you seeing like the light show right now? That's kind of what I'm wondering. If you're back over here, southeast of Springfield, or even around Springfield, you might be able to see it. Yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of lightning. You can see it all. Wow. This, by the way, the last 15 minutes. The duller the lightning is, that means it's later on the scale, basically, so. Thank you, Ian, by the way, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Welcome to Velocities. I appreciate that. And thank you, West Fester, for the become a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate all the new members. We're almost at 150 members, I'm pretty sure now. We've been getting up there recently. Highest member count we've ever had, by the way, on this YouTube channel. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering some questions here. Again, we have multiple severe storms still ongoing. The main storms that we have to watch for are this one that's very discreet. That's back down near Watson, going toward Bible Grove and eventually toward Olney. This is producing the threat of ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, frequent lightning, and also is a tornado possible label, which does indicate there's at least some level of broad rotation on that. And then back up to the north and west, we still have this massive cluster of storms that's going to be turning into more of an MCS, which is a mesoscale convective system. We'll be moving down to the east-southeast toward Indiana over the next few hours, and as well southeast Illinois. This will be producing damaging winds as it moves down that direction. Lots of lightning. I mean, again, 150 lightning strikes per minute almost. That is about 2 lightning strikes per second that are happening with these storms. So again, lots of lightning. Make sure you're staying indoors, especially if you're at distance. If you have any outdoor activities tonight, you might want to reschedule those. But also a tornado possible label on this severe thunderstorm warning as well. That's back down near the Oconee area, Coden, and Herrick. Also with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, tornado possible label on that. So there has been some rotation with that as well. Not nearly as intense as what we saw back up here, but it could also produce a tornado at some point down the road. So we'll have to watch that closely. Will Central Texas see any rain this week? I highly doubt Central Texas will see much rain in the near future. There's really no signs pointing toward any major rainfall, unfortunately. Also, real quickly, I'm just going to check Ohio for a brief second. There was a low-end tornado risk up here over the next hour. Not seeing anything really that's too concerning, so we're not going to mess too much with that right now. Again, those storms have behaved themselves throughout the afternoon and evening so far, but there's still a low-end chance for an isolated tornado if you're back up in northeast Ohio over the next hour or so. Yeah, if you're southeast of Springfield, there was, again, a tornado on the ground for quite a while. Let me just do a loop here. I'm not sure if I can go all the way back to the beginning, but this tornado was on the ground all the way from Edinburgh, about here. We could probably do a line. Let me kind of, like, line this out here. We'll actually go back. I'll put the track on your screen, at least the estimated track of where this tornado went. We'll do a little track here. We'll put it on the screen. Do my best job at drawing. Really quick. I'm trying to do it as best as I can. That's basically the track. So again, that's north of Kincaid, north of Taylorville. I don't know how to say that name, but southwest of there. Again, this is southeast of Springfield. And you can see the occlusion. I drew that intentionally because that was the occlusion that happened. When you have basically a left-hand turn with that tornado, and that weakens out tornadoes quite quickly and quite frequently. So that's what we saw there, that little left-hand turn, which is really a good sign when it comes to a weakening storm, so, or weakening tornado. Thank you, Brief, for the 4.99. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Hey, stay safe. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, there's a pretty nasty discrete cell down there, and that's, I mean, it's more semi-discrete. It's not really discrete, but it's pretty impressive. But yeah, again, this is the track of it. I'll go back on the reflectivity too. But yeah, this is kind of the evolution. Started right about where that black line starts, and then it occluded up here. All that rain cool air coming out of the south and west. Pretty interesting process. Let me timestamp this real quick. I might make this into a little explanation video, perhaps on this channel. It's about 3 hours in. Yeah, I might actually post this on our YouTube channel, just kind of an explanation, but not this part, but the part I mentioned earlier. There's a little good explanation on what just happened with all these storms, which were, again, crazy. Crazy stuff. And zooming out a little bit, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings still. No tornado warnings anymore. Current severe thunderstorm warning count is now to 13, which 4 of them are in the Midwest. The Midwest is really what we're covering today, as well as back through parts of the Ohio Valley. So we'll be still monitoring that very closely. Let me just do we'll do the last 21 frames so we don't go too far back. It's just the evolution of everything. Yeah, this is the classic definition of a supercell. It's not I wouldn't say it's the most classic because of it being connected to other storms. It's not like the most discrete supercell that you've ever seen, but had a very defined hook echo and everything. It was kind of on the southern side of all that other rain. See you later, Brady. Appreciate you tuning in. Are the storms going to weaken during the overnight hours? Yes, they will weaken after sunset. I mean, right now it's about 7:30. They are going to still stay intense through the evening, but after we get past midnight, the storms will start to weaken out a bit. They're not going to be nearly as intense. They'll not be producing nearly as much in terms of significant severe weather, but damaging winds will be the main concern with any storms from here on out. Or maybe an isolated tornado or two still, but the threat of that's still on the lower side of things. Even though we just saw that strong tornado, there's still a chance that we see, an isolated tornado or two. Also, golf ball size hail has just been confirmed in Effingham County. So south of Effingham, golf ball size hail has been confirmed here, moving to the east-southeast. Again, stay away from windows. This is a very intense hail core, very intense storm to begin with a lot of frequent lightning. South of Effingham. So again, stay away from windows, indoors, if you're included in this warning right now. Yeah, Don, the tornado it was north of Taylorville. It wasn't in Taylorville. It was just a couple miles north of you. It was a close call though. It wasn't far. You guys narrowly got missed by that tornado. And that tornado was really intense. Unfortunately, we didn't have a live Storm Chaser with us for this one, but sometimes that happens. Again, Storm Chasers are all over the place sometimes, so can make it hard. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, I know a lot of you are new here. Make sure to hit the subscribe button down below if you find the stream informative so far. Again, we do severe weather coverage here on YouTube all the time, so make sure you're subscribed down below. Click that red button. It's free to do. Does not cost you anything. And also make sure to hit the like button down below. If you've been finding the stream informative, again, liking the stream does help get this out to more people. And if you've been enjoying the stream to the point where you want to support the page financially, you become a member on our channel or even donate, those links are in the description below. Again, if you become a member, it starts from $2.99. You can click the top link in the description. We are 2 members away from our membership record in a given stream of 11. We're currently at 9. So if you want to become a member, best time to do so. Again, it's $2.99. Starts from $2.99. There's multiple different tiers. You can get bloopers access, a bunch of other stuff here on our YouTube channel, exclusive weather forecasts, and more. See you later, sir. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, the St. Louis storms have really struggled. These have not really developed into anything. This is a little loop of these two near St. Louis. There has not been much out of these. I mean, this storm near St. Charles looked kind of impressive for a little short stint, but yeah, it's not much. The St. Louis storms have really struggled, which, to be honest with you, again, we don't have a direct sounding in that area, but I feel like the cap may have been a problem. But I'm not 100% sure because I don't exactly know because we didn't have a definitive look in that area, but they don't have a sounding, or at least a balloon in that area. So, at least from what I know, I didn't see a balloon sounding go off. Yeah, they took a while to warn the tornado warning, and I was surprised by that, by the way. I thought the tornado warning would happen earlier. I was surprised how long it took, but the tornado didn't happen until the tornado warning was out, so. But even then, I feel like it did take a little bit too long to get out there. That storm was rotating for several minutes beforehand, and I can't go back and show you the exact time frame on the tornado warning, but yeah, I do have to say it was a little bit late. But I'm pretty sure the tornado was on the ground again, like after the warning actually got issued. So, but it was still, in my opinion, slightly late. Yeah, if you have a mobile home or whatnot, again, it's very dangerous with these kind of storms, and always have a backup plan. Again, make sure that you are, going to a structural building if you're in a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. If you're out in front of a storm, for example, you want to make sure you have that plan in place well ahead of time, because again, mobile homes are not safe during tornado warnings. They just aren't. So, yeah, the storm over here near Hancock, County area, is developing a bit of a hook. It's not really rotating a whole lot right now. This is the hook echo right now, inflow going to the storm, but the rotation has not been overly strong to this time. Let's see if we got a better view. We're going to be in between radar sites. Unfortunately, this radar down here is down, so it's really not the best situation that we're in. I mean, we could go way over here to the east. It's not going to do us any good, though. We can go to this one and see if we have anything. It's not really evident right now that we have anything crazy, but there is definitely a hook on the storm itself, so we'll have to watch that. The little rotation in there, I believe, is a side lock contamination, but this is a 3-minute-old reflectivity, so we'll see. Random severe thunderstorm warning in tornado possible heading toward Colorado. Yeah, there are some storms over in Colorado. Again, we're not really going to be looking at the Colorado storms a whole lot. Vince Waelti is actually storm chasing over there. You can see him at the bottom right of your screen. But yeah, storms over in Colorado have been kind of in the boat of just being interesting. That's the easiest way to describe it. I mean, yesterday we had some interesting storms over there too. Yeah, we were doing live coverage yesterday on those tornado warnings. Now we're in Colorado, and Vince was on those for quite a while, and it was another interesting event over there. But yeah, very, very interesting stuff. And then today is a bit of a different story. Obviously, we have a bit more of a tornado risk over here, slightly higher, and that's obviously evolved here with the strong tornado that we had, and then we obviously had multiple tornado warnings beforehand, but yeah, this was a very intense tornado, for sure. Springfield, no, you're Springfield, you're done. Springfield should be removed from the tornado watch at any time. So. JD, that tornado icon that's next to your name, for being a member of our channel, you've been a member, I believe, for a year now, if you got the pink one. I could be wrong on that. It might be 9 months. I believe it's a year. I can double check that for you. If you're a member, you get basically, those are like loyalty badges, so green is the first one, yellow is the second, orange is the third that you'll get, and you get them over time for being a member longer with that tornado icon. Yeah, yellow is, or sorry, let me find this. Yeah, so green is if you're a new member, yellow is after 1 month, orange is after 2 months, red is after 6 months, and then after 12 months is pink. And then after 24 months, it changes to a yellow hurricane symbol. So that'd be really OG if you got that. How's it going, Hannah? Welcome back. Yeah, the tornado chances, again, will start to, they're going to go down. It's going to be more of a damaging wind threat from here on out, but still an isolated tornado is not out of the question. Let me just circle this real quick. This is as of 7:42. Yeah, that's side lobe contamination. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here right now, but, yeah, if you're near the Herrick area, Coden, again, there is a tornado possible in the storm. It could perhaps produce a tornado at some point down the road. And the rotation's been pretty broad so far, but if you're back over near Coden and Herrick, again, just stay indoors and away from windows. Stay on the lowest floor possible, because damaging winds are very likely with this storm as it moves to the east. It's a pretty impressive looking cell. That'll eventually go toward Effingham, so if you're over there, you are not done by any means. Storms will be going toward that direction soon. A lot of lightning as well. The amount of lightning that's happening is obviously a pretty big concern. Obviously, house fires are possible with how much lightning is happening, so... You like listening to my voice. That's nice. I appreciate it. People, I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, there's a lot of people that have preferences on people that are talking. All right. And further reminder, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit the like button down below. And again, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's free to do. We are currently 5 subscribers from 63,200. And yeah, all right, let's go back over to here. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I will be answering some questions, and not all, but I'll try to answer as many as possible. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you again for your donation. I don't know if you heard my message earlier, but yeah, we're in a tornado warning, so I wasn't able to really thank you, but I do appreciate your very generous donation. Thank you, Dog, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. Right on TikTok? That's crazy. Mattoon will be in the track of this in, let me check. Where's Mattoon? Mattoon's pretty close, isn't it? It's not far from these areas. I know that. I saw Mattoon earlier. Oh, it's right here. Mattoon will be in the track within the next probably 10 minutes. But you'll be looking at more of rain, some lightning, maybe some gusty winds. You're probably not going to get hit by the severe storms. Unless one of these right here becomes severe. That's moving to the north and east. This activity is moving down to the east-southeast. So, a little bit different there. Thank you, Aaron, for the 199. What time are we expecting storms in Avon, Indiana? Anywhere in Indiana? Let me figure out where Avon is first. I gotta look up it on Google. Google's my friend when it comes to these places. I've seen this place, but I don't know where it is. West of Indianapolis. So yeah, if you're anywhere in Indianapolis, your best chance for storms, which we can do a little quick timing guide here. Let's go to the timing, and we'll go ahead and do a little timing guide on the most recent run. This is what it looks like. So Indianapolis, you have your best chance of storms right around 11 o'clock tonight. ETA between 10 to 12. But damaging winds is the main concern if you see severe weather, but that threat might stay down to your south and east. This will bow out and go through Louisville, Georgetown, southern parts of Ohio, producing mainly damaging winds as it moves to the east. That is the main concern out of that. And again, maybe an isolated tornado, but the threat will be much lower by then, since this will be an MCS, a mesoscale convective system, and those typically do not produce as much of a tornado risk. Thank you, Caleb, for the 499. I live in west central Indiana, near the Illinois-Indiana border, just north of Terre Haute. Should I be looking for this? Yeah, if you're in Terre Haute, yeah, you definitely need to be looking for this. I don't think you'll see severe weather just because of where you are, but there's always a chance of maybe some isolated damaging winds if this ends up, this little storm here that's moving to the north and east, this could perhaps become something, move to the east, and actually produce damaging winds near you, but this entire cluster here is moving more this direction, so maybe isolated damaging winds near you. Wouldn't rule out some quarter-sized hail, but I think the tornado risk stays low for you. Thank you, Jolene, for the becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I appreciate you. Welcome to Velocities. And thank you, Michelle, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. Welcome to Velocities. We've officially hit the most members we've ever had in a live stream of 12 new members. That is a lot. That does not include gifted members, by the way, because gifted can be a little bit different. I've had as many as 100 gifted members in one stream before, back last year. That was crazy. But Terre Haute shout out, yeah. Terre Haute we actually covered in yesterday's live stream, so I'm familiar with it. I actually know how to pronounce the name now, which is even better. I'll probably forget in about 6 months when we do our next live stream here, but you never know. I try to go live as much as possible, so we might get something here. You never know. Let me just do a loop real quick. All right, so I have a question. Apparently, this is a great question. All right, so this is a question that I just got sent by one of my moderators, from Jenny. Do you have any teachings on how you do this? I'm really considering starting my daughter out now. You're very calm and collective during this, and she needs that because we freak out. That's an interesting question. Honestly, for me, I mean, I've been doing this for years. So doing severe weather coverage for years. I mean, I've improved drastically year over year. I mean, 3 years ago when I did my first ever severe weather live stream, back in 2020, for North Texas weather, I was nervous, and I wasn't like, I wasn't really as enthusiastic, I guess, as I was back then. And over the years, I've really developed this, like, I've always been passionate, but I've really developed my communication skills a lot when it comes to this and the broadcasting skills. So that's an interesting question, but I mean, to not be scared of this stuff, it's hard to not be scared of this stuff, especially when you're, like, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, for example. I mean, it can be definitely difficult to, like, you know, be sane, if you will, because it can be a situation where, you know, you could be seeing damaging winds and they can knock over trees. So, you know, you can knock over power lines and you could have serious damage and whatnot, or, you know, there could be a tornado warning. So being under a warning can be really difficult to deal with. But, you know, what I always think is just, you know, if you're in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows, under some sort of, you know, interior room, in a tub, whatever it might be, in your bathroom, whatever your interior room is, away from windows, you'll be good. You know, you just gotta think positively. I've been under tornado warnings before, and they've, to be honest with you, gotten less and less scary over time. They really have. I've been under about 10 tornado warnings. One as recent as last year. I mean, you know, it happens quite often for some people, and some people live in, like, California, where there's, like, never a tornado warning. So, you know, if you move from, like, California to, let's say, Illinois, it's gonna be a completely different climate. By the way, we're getting a lot of reports of tree damage in areas like Assumption, Illinois. So again, a lot of damage going to be coming out of this, with tree damage being likely because of the high damaging wind potential. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour are possible with these storms. A lot of frequent lightning. That makes it even more concerning as well. So just throwing that out there. This tornado that we had that went through areas like Shelbyville, this was likely, again, I'm not going to do pre-ratings, but I'm just going to say it was probably in the realm of an EF-1, EF-2 by the looks of it. But again, the National Weather Service will determine that. Guessing it's really no use. But if you know anybody that was in the track of this tornado or got hit by it, or if basically, again, the track of this tornado was from about Kincaid in Edinburgh. I'm just going to kind of highlight the area that you should give a call or text to whoever's in this area. If you have any friends or family in here. But this was basically the area that had some sort of impact with this storm that was tornado warned. Give them a call or text. And then that's Edinburgh, Kincaid, Taylorville, Willys, Stonington, Radford, Assumption, Yantisville, Henton, Obed, and Pleak. If you know anybody in those areas, give them a call or text. Again, in Illinois. We also have more tree damage coming out of these different areas. One in south parts of Effingham County. And that's near the Mason area. There's also a wind report that I cannot seem to get. Kind of behind everything. I was trying to get it, but probably around 50 miles per hour, looks like. Believe it or not, that tornado was never a tornado emergency. And it was never a tornado, PDS tornado. It was a tornado observed. So it was never a PDS tornado, which I was a little bit surprised by, but again, it was kind of a little bit uncertain if it was actually at that stage, because when we were looking at storm chasers, or at least when I was looking at them, I mean, the tornado was there. It wasn't a massive cone. It was a lot of debris being lifted around. There was kind of some hollow space, and you just see the debris being lifted up near the surface, basically, and then there would be some hollow space, and then this is the clouds up here. So it's kind of hard to see, but it was a large area of, you know, debris circling. So, but tornado emergency, I don't think served it for that one by any means. It was nowhere near that. It was not a cone tornado, but it was on the ground for 30 minutes, approximately. And again, the National Weather Service will do their surveys probably tomorrow morning. I don't think they'll start tonight. They could. I don't know. But it's pretty much sunset now. But yeah. Yeah, it was not a PDS tornado. Do I think a moderate risk will be issued tomorrow? So tomorrow's risk is interesting to the point where, again, tomorrow is a very large enhanced risk of severe weather. I might go live for this. I don't know. My voice is not probably going to be able to handle another live stream, but we'll see what happens. We do have an enhanced risk of severe weather from eastern Alabama back through southern Pennsylvania. Very large area, by the way. The main concern, though, and the main big reason why this is so crazy, one, it's a very large enhanced risk on the East Coast to begin with. But look at this 45% probability back near Washington, D.C., Maryland, and into Northern Virginia. That is a significant damaging wind threat, obviously. 45% chance means that there's going to be numerous to widespread damaging winds in this area. That's, again, near Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Fredericksburg, and Northern Virginia. But damaging winds will definitely be the main concern. Maybe a couple tornadoes as well. I might go live for this. I'm not 100% sure yet. Will it be a moderate risk? It could. But I said it earlier in the stream, I think it's about a 40% chance they make this a moderate risk, a 60% chance they don't. That's my personal opinion, but again, I am not the Storm Prediction Center. So there will be a new Storm Prediction Center update here within the next 5 minutes, by the way, so stay tuned. And that will be for tonight's severe weather. Thank you, Rich, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to Velocities. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate your support. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe again if you're new here. Free to do. Click the subscribe button down below. It's free to do. It's that red button. And we do live streams like this all the time. All right. Let's check something. Bloomington ETA. Bloomington will be around 10 to 12 o'clock, perhaps by 9. All right, actually, sorry, you guys are in Eastern time. This is a bit confusing. I keep forgetting because this changes over to Eastern time. We're in Central time. Right now, it's 9 o'clock Eastern time, so you'll be sometime between about 11 to 12. And that includes Indianapolis, by the way. I apologize for whoever I said 10 to 12 to earlier. It's going to be closer to 11 to 1. Sorry, the time zones don't change on here, nor do they on my stream. So they do, obviously, if I manually change them, but my bad. Yeah, again, if you're in Indianapolis or Bloomington, it would be closer to 11 to 1. No problem. Baldy, I think they were okay with it. It was a little bit late in my opinion, but, you know, sometimes that happens. And the tornado observed, I thought, took too long. I mean, the tornado warning I thought got issued at an okay time. It was a little bit late, but then it was observed multiple minutes beforehand. But even then, again, when there's a tornado warning, you should definitely seek shelter, without a doubt. You know, regardless of it being on the ground or not. It's still a dangerous situation either way. I got you, Felix. Yeah, I mean, it can be a taunting experience whenever you go through severe weather, especially like an ongoing tornado when you get hit by a tornado. It can be definitely haunting for a while. And I've been fortunate enough to not go through an actual tornado ever. But, you know, it could happen to any of us. You know, I mention this a lot, but, you know, a tornado, it's such a low chance of you even seeing one in your lifetime if you're living in the same exact house. But the chances go up higher depending on where you are in the United States. Like the Midwest, for example, tornadoes can happen here and there. Obviously today, for example, but if you're back down like the Southern Plains or Central Plains or the Dixie Alley, they happen all the time there. Your chances are obviously increased. So depending on where you are, you could see tornadoes, you know, very often. You might not see them ever. If you're over in California, your chances of seeing a tornado in your lifetime are like winning the lottery, pretty much. It's such a low chance. All right, new mesoscale discussion that has just come out from the Storm Prediction Center. This is not their Storm Prediction Center update. But there's a new or at least a mesoscale discussion. I'm going to see if I can pull that up on here. That is not this one. But there's a new one that is just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It is going to be for this area here. And that is, this area is the greatest corridor of severe weather for the rest of this evening. Meaning damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado being the main concerns as these storms do move off to the east. So that's the new mesoscale discussion for all of this activity. And again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now that's going to include Effingham, many other areas as well surrounding Stewartston as well as Greenup. This is going to be for the threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's still a tornado possible label on this because there is a chance still for an isolated tornado out of this. There has been some broad rotation with parts of the storm. As of right now, it's more of a damaging wind threat, but there could still be an isolated tornado as this all moves off to the east-southeast. Sorry to hear that, Jake. 2 tornadoes. That's crazy. What state exactly, or what, like, part of the country? You don't have to say your exact location, but I'm just curious. Yeah, if you're over in the Brazil area, again, near the Terre Haute area, it's a 50-50. You might see damaging winds, you might not. That's going to be the main concern there over there, though. And even Indianapolis, I don't think Indianapolis will see severe weather, but there's still a low chance if these storms go far enough to the north, you might get something, but I still think it's on the lower side of things for tonight. Any tornado threat in Indiana is very low tonight. Again, it's not the main concern. Damaging winds is the main concern. Again, a brief tornado is not out of the question, but it's still a low threat. Again, new Storm Prediction Center update will be out in the next 5 minutes, most likely, so stay tuned. Have that in a moment. I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight's stream again. It's been a very active stream, obviously, with that confirmed tornado that we had on the ground for 30 minutes. Again, from here on out, mainly a damaging wind threat with maybe a brief tornado in between, going from basically Shelbyville back through southeast parts of Illinois. But yeah, very active. Anything for Dixie Alley tonight? I haven't actually looked at Dixie Alley in a really long time. Let me just real quickly check. It's isolated damaging winds with any storms, and most of them are weakening out, so yeah, you're pretty much done. Wonder if we can get any cool sunset live streams on here. It's a nice little live stream over in eastern Arkansas. Not sure if we're actually going to be able to get a sunset, though. This is another cool little video. Look at the birds. Can you guys see that? You guys can't see that. Let me do this. That does not work either. Let me see if I can go over a little bit. There you go. Look at the birds at the top right of your screen. That's funny. Back over in Arkansas, I believe. Or Missouri, one of the two. It's pretty cool. Alright, let me go back over to here. Let's zoom out and go back to this one. I wanted to check out and see if we see anything here. Nope, just nice little sunset. This is Norman, Oklahoma, which doesn't have anything right now. Just checking to see if we have any cool views. Those are the main ones. It's kind of like nice looking at the sunset, especially after a very busy stream here the last few hours. It's actually rain over here in Iowa. Look at this. This is the cafe, or the bar, Barefoot Bar. It's raining over there. Cool stuff. Like looking at those live cams sometimes, especially even at evening. Fortunately, we kind of missed the sunset by a few minutes, but all right. Let's see the sunset in real life. The tornado watch might extend into southwest Indiana, but I would expect if they issue a watch, it would probably be severe thunderstorm watch. That's my expectation, but again, you never know. Depends on how this tornado risk does evolve. As of right now, it's definitely more of a damaging wind threat now. Can't rule out an isolated tornado from here on out, but I think the tornado threat has gone down from here. So. Alright, Storm Prediction Center update should be out momentarily. It's still not out yet. It's 8:02 p.m. Sometimes it's off by a few minutes, so sometimes delay it a little bit in case, you know, it might be busy or they might have to make some major changes. It takes some time sometimes, but it's a good idea, Chris, yeah. Going for a bike ride at sunset. Unfortunately, it's way too hot in the south to actually do that today, or any day, in fact, right now, but yeah, that is something you could do. If you're over in Kentucky, Bowling Green area, the main concern will be damaging winds. That goes pretty much for anywhere in Indiana. Again, even Kentucky, it's gonna be the same thing. Again, the main concern being damaging winds over there. I won't rule out, again, an isolated tornado for anyone in Kentucky or Indiana, but it's a very low chance. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, one. If you're anywhere in these areas tonight, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. In addition to not just having that, have flashlights on hand. Have a tornado action plan in place as well. All that sort of stuff. Make sure that you're prepared for severe weather tonight as if there were to be a tornado warning in your area, which again, very low chance tonight, but it's better to be prepared ahead of time. How's it going, Corey? Welcome back. Chicago's just rain tonight, if you're back up here, but overall, the rain's not even near you yet. It's just gonna be some rain. Can't rely on a rumble of thunder, but it's not gonna be anything crazy. It's a pretty calm night for you guys. Some rain, maybe that'll help you sleep better. I don't know, but that's about it. Unfortunately, again, I mentioned this before, but the radar site down here near Evansville is down, so we are not able to view that radar site, which will make things a bit more difficult for the late evening and overnight threat, unfortunately. But, yeah. Anything happening in St. Louis? St. Louis has been dodged by bullets today. I mean, there's literally been nothing over here. It's been really pretty nice overall. There's been some showers, downpours, but no tornado warnings, nothing. These storms have not really gotten to the point where they're even severe. There's been a little bit of lightning, but it's been very minimal, so yeah, overall it's really not that bad. Luckily it stayed that way, because man, could have been a bad day there if those storms really got going. I think a cap, again, I can't confirm it, but I think a cap was in play, so use the Louisville, Kentucky radar site. Yeah, it's a bit far down the south, though. I mean, this one over here, too, it's pretty far off to the east. They're both, the one near Paducah, the one near Louisville. They're just not very good radar sites. But down the road, I mean, it might not be a bad option. The best one we have right now is actually Lincoln. Best radar site in the area. New severe thunderstorm warning back near Mount Olive, Hillsborough, and Staunton. Or Stanton. I don't know which one it is, but that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That's the main concern there. How long am I streaming? I don't know yet. I don't know. We'll see how it evolves over the next little while. I'm kind of waiting for the Storm Prediction Center update, and that might kind of make my decision, but even then, I don't know if it really will. We'll see. Because my main intention was to be live through really about 8 o'clock, which is right about now, and then that'd be about it, but we'll see. I'm not sure how these storms are going to evolve here over the next little while. Again, it should just be mainly damaging winds. I have not really seen a whole lot of rotation recently. There's a lot of lightning. If we had more live cams, I'd definitely stay live longer, but we don't have nearly as much. Possibly a little bit of rotation, by the way, near the Kingsman area trying to develop. Just a little bit of a heads up there. There's a little bit of a inflow going to the storm, it looks like. A little bit of a hook trying to develop. We'll have to watch that closely as it moves to the south and east. But we'll see. I've been live for about 3 hours and 40 minutes. Yesterday, I was live for, I don't even know how long. I think it was about 4.5 hours, 5 hours maybe. Yeah, we're live for about 4 hours and 15 minutes. So past 2 days, we've live streamed for a total of 8 hours. And we might go live tomorrow again. We'll see. I need to see how my voice is, and I also have about a 50-50 chance to go live anyways, so. You don't have to donate to get a personal request. I try to answer questions, but obviously donations are usually preferred since they're easier to read, one, and then two, obviously it helps the page out a lot. But if you ever have like a question about your location, I'll try to get to it. Again, I can't guarantee it. It depends on how active the weather is ongoing, what's actually happening. If there's a tornado warning, the chances of me answering your question, donating or not, is pretty low. Especially at that given time. It's on the ground, especially. If it's the weaker rotation, it's a bit of a different story, but by no means do you have to donate to ask questions. I try to get to them, but I can't always guarantee it. Storm Prediction Center is not having issues, probably. It's just, this happens occasionally. They take some time to do an update. They had a mesoscale discussion legitimately not about 10 minutes ago, so it wasn't much, like, it wasn't that long ago. So that also kind of feeds into the Storm Prediction Center, what they do. New severe thunderstorm warning near Newton and Hunt City. This is for quarter or half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is still a tornado possible label on this. There is some broad rotation near the Ingraham area, near Bible Grove, moving to the east towards Shamrock. It's the latest update there. And again, we do have maybe a little bit of a hook trying to develop west of the Johnstown area. We're going to watch this closely. A little bit of a hook, it looks like, trying to develop inflow going to the storm. And this storm is currently tornado possible labeled. I would say that if there were to be a tornado, it would probably be on the briefer side of things with this anyways. It is in a position where is a little bit less favorable for a tornado risk, especially it being clustered together with a line of storms. But it is a little bit, it's not discrete, but it's a little bit far off from the other part, so we might see something develop here. We'll see. Also, the tornado watch, I believe, has been condensed. I'm not sure why it shows 2 tornado watches now. I'm not sure if that's a possible error. I don't know. But the tornado watch probably will be condensing here. The tornado watch right now goes until 10 o'clock Central Time, which is reasonable for what's going to happen here over the next couple hours. Most of these storms will be moving toward Indiana, and that's where we'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm watch, maybe an extension of the tornado watch, but I would expect it's probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch here going to Indiana. Eastern Indiana won't be until after midnight. No problem, Jenny. That was a good question. That was a pretty good one. I get asked a lot of questions. Most of them are about weather and locations, but sometimes some of these other personal questions are cool. how do I find time to do this all the time? Well, one, I'm a college student, so I'm not in college right now. Two, it's kind of my job now. It's not necessarily like fully my job, but it's kind of my job in a way. But three, I also love doing this. I mean, even if I wasn't getting paid to do this, I would still, 100% do this all the time. It's been my passion literally forever. And I started doing this on YouTube back last year around April, on terms of live streams. I mean, I've been doing live streams since 2020 on Facebook, but I've been doing them on YouTube basically since April of 2022. And this page has grown literally from 2,000 subscribers, or 1,000 at the beginning, all the way up to, I don't know how many now. We're up to 64,000 almost now, so it's grown a lot. So it's been just kind of a growing thing, and I never really saw it coming where I'd be doing this often. I never did, but I love doing it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. And I go live a lot, and that's because I just enjoy covering the weather and talking to you guys and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, keeping everybody safe with all the crazy storms. And my goal at the end of the day, obviously, is to be a broadcast meteorologist. That's what I've been trying to do, literally since I was born. But you never know. This could always, turn into my job. You never know. Things could always change. I don't know. So we got a couple of years to decide, anyways. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Yeah, but I'm in college still, mainly because I want to learn more. There's so much to learn still in terms of the weather space. There's a lot of stuff I don't know, to be honest with you. There's a lot of people that cover weather on YouTube that are not meteorologists, and other people that, are not meteorologists in general that cover weather even on TV. I mean, there are people like that, and I don't want to be that person. I want to actually know more about meteorology. Like, I'm not at the point where I know literally everything. I'll be honest with you. Like, there's some things I don't know. Obviously, a lot of stuff I'm doing on radar I know of. There's a lot of stuff like velocities, all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying like I don't know this stuff, I'm just making it up. I'm just saying like there's a lot of things that I can learn beyond the radar, like satellite imagery, all sorts of different stuff. This past year, I took an interesting class back this spring, and it was a lot about instrumental data and stuff like that, and learned a lot about the different infrared imageries and the different satellites, and also the lightning detection system, how there's a free lightning detection system for the entire country and whatnot, in the entire United States. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, still lots of stuff to learn. But yeah, I don't want to be one of those people that, does YouTube weather coverages and is not a meteorologist. Even though I'm not right now, again, I'm in college for it, so it's a little bit different. But I love doing it. Want to learn more. I'm going for a bachelor's right now, but I might consider going further. Depends on what happens. I know there's a new Storm Prediction Center update, but I don't think, unless it hasn't posted on Twitter. I haven't seen it yet, but it should post in a second. Robson, Illinois. Let me find where Robson, Illinois is. Again, if you're currently anywhere in the track of these storms, make sure, again, if you're in severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible. If you're in Robinson, I don't know where this is. This is southeast of Effingham, down here somewhere, I believe. Oh, over here. Right now, the storm that is to your west is going to be continuing toward you with the threat of large hail and damaging winds. There's a low tornado threat with this one, but I'd be mainly concerned about the large hail threat and damaging winds. Again, it's up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as up to $50 sized hail. Oh, Jenny, I mean, I've learned it. It's all come from just, self-teaching. A lot of what I've done on radar and stuff is self-taught, but there's also aspects of it that I've learned just from watching other people. I mean, there's tons of different aspects on radar. And so, I mean, the best way to learn about weather, in my opinion, when you're, not able to go to college yet, is, one, you can watch YouTube videos on weather. I mean, there's a lot of good explanations on different various things. Two, watch meteorologists on TV, break down the radar. If you're in a severe weather prone area, you'll have a better chance of getting more of that sort of in-depth knowledge. So, there's multiple ways to do it, though. I mean, before you're even in college, you don't have to buy college classes just to learn about meteorology. There's a lot of stuff elsewhere, but I do think if you ever want to pursue meteorology, you should definitely go to college. I don't think you should just, do what I'm doing, right? Because I'm just kind of lucky that I have such a huge following right now and all that sort of stuff. Just kind of, been able to get out there more. But You know, you should never try to rely on, you know, if you want to become a meteorologist, for example, don't rely on that sort of stuff. Make sure you actually go to college because it's worth it. I mean, I've been in college before I even start growing on YouTube and Facebook, so. Yeah, there's a large enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow. Again, I might be live, I might not be. I'm not 100% sure yet. We're going to see what happens, but yeah. All right, the new Storm Prediction Center's update is out. I know a lot of you probably have been waiting for that. Here's the latest. I don't think I can pull it up on here yet. I will try. It sometimes takes a minute. It's not up on here yet, but the new Storm Prediction Center update is out. The slight risk of severe weather, I'm just going to go and pull it up on this screen. I might have to zoom in on this. This might be the screen I can... Yeah, all right, so this is the screen. The slight risk of severe weather, I'm going to take off the cities, but it still includes southeast parts of Illinois, southern Indiana, southwest Ohio, and northern and central, even western Kentucky. It's a little bit larger, I believe, than before. Tornado risk is still a 5% chance for the next couple of hours for those in southeast parts of Illinois. Again, it's a low chance. The main locations included in that 5% probability are Charleston, Mattoon, Mount Vernon, as well as Effingham in Illinois. And then the 2% probability goes in through areas like Evansville. St. Louis is still included in that. Decatur, Youngstown, and Bloomington, Indiana. We still have that small 2% probability back up in northeast Ohio. And then your large hail threat dwindling, but it's mainly in that little area there, again, closer to Charleston and Mattoon in Illinois. And then your damaging wind threat is the main concern for tonight. So that's the latest, again, from the Storm Prediction Center in terms of the severe weather potential for tonight. That's the latest. And I don't know how long I'll be live for here, but I kind of see what evolves here over the next few minutes with these storms. All right. Yeah, Tornado Watch is still going on. Again, it still includes this area like Louisville. This might have expanded. I have zero clue. I keep seeing this flashing. I might have expanded more. They might be expanding the Tornado Watch just a little bit, so it kind of grows a little bit out of this area, because there is still a chance for an isolated tornado. But the overall velocities with all these storms, there's very broad rotation northwest of Greenup, damaging wind potential near Effingham, and then back south near Newton. There's not much there in terms of a tornado risk at this time. There's a little bit of rotation, but it's more of a damaging wind threat and a hail threat right now. There's a lot of lightning, by the way. I can't stress this enough. There's a ton of lightning with these storms. So make sure you're staying indoors. If you are anywhere near these storms, if you hear thunder, again, when thunder roars, go indoors. Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. If you have if you're near a National Weather Service, there are free classes for weather spotting, and there's also different Skywarn classes that you can take in certain states. So you can definitely check out those options too. Those are free most of the time. For National Weather Service stuff, that's free. So you can check that out. Go to your local National Weather Service and see if they have that option. South of Indianapolis, or if you're in southern Indianapolis, I don't think you'll see much other than maybe isolated damaging winds, mostly rain and maybe a little bit of lightning. If you're back down here, you have a better chance of damaging winds, so like Bloomington, Columbus, south of Franklin, all those areas have a better chance of a damaging wind threat, maybe an isolated tornado, but again, I think the tornado risk does stay on the lower side from here on out, maybe a brief one in the next hour or two, but it'll be mainly damaging winds. This will bow out, moving this direction. Again, damaging winds is a low chance near Indianapolis tonight, but it's an existent threat if you actually see some storm activity. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. You're our 14th member of the day. Most members we've ever had in a live stream ever. That excludes gifted memberships, by the way. So I do appreciate it. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Again, if you want to become a member and support the page above and beyond, you get a chat badge and all sorts of other stuff like bloopers access. You can check it out. Again, it's a top link in the description. And you can also click the join button down below if you'd like to become a member and join the Velocities. Damaging wind threat for Louisville, Kentucky is going to, again, it's not low. It's on like kind of the medium side of things. The main concern, though, for Louisville and anywhere here in Kentucky will be damaging winds. Still a low-end chance for quarter-sized hail, but it will probably be less than that. I mean, change-sized hail is really the range of what you might see, which change-sized hail, again, ranges from about $half size and downward. So that's what I mean by change-sized hail. And back over here, again, that's all your storm activity. This is a very, not really organized area of storms right now. We got some discrete cells. We got, obviously, a cluster going, and then we have a couple other discrete cells. But all of these right now moving to the east and as well as the southeast, and these will be primarily producing, again, damaging winds for anywhere in southern Indiana, northern and western Kentucky, back through southern parts of Illinois, and also a lot of lightning. Could be a little bit of hail as well, and maybe an isolated tornado. Thanks, Howard. Appreciate it. Going to Chicago. Nice. Nexus forecast is right today. Looks to be bunching up into a disorganized mess of storms. That's pretty much what I've been saying. For the long term, at least, in terms of what was going to happen later. I did not foresee, to be honest with you, that long tract of a tornado earlier. I did not think a 30-minute tornado was going to happen, but it did. I was pretty surprised by that. I mean, we had an environment where it's not, like, impossible for that to happen. I just didn't see it coming. I mean, I don't think really anybody did. 30-minute tornado in this environment, it can happen, but it's not something, again, that I even saw out of the blink of... I didn't see it coming at all. It was crazy. Again, if you know anybody in that track of that tornado from earlier, it was near Kincaid and the Edinburgh area near Taylorville, Willys, as well as the Stonington area, going toward Radford, Pleak, and Obed, and Yantisville. That's where the tornado basically tracked through, is in this area. Make sure to give them a call or text, make sure they're okay. Again, that was a really intense tornado that happened for about 30 minutes. Again, I don't know the exact time on it. It was approximately 30 minutes or so, but yeah. Here's the future radar for tonight. I know few people are wondering. Here's the future radar. So again, storms will continue to move to the east into Indiana. I can't stop this. Let me go back. All right, let's go back to 10 o'clock. Again, this is what it looks like by 10 o'clock. So storms moving into western Indiana, and that'll be mainly the threat for some damaging winds with isolated large hail, maybe a brief tornado. This is eventually getting closer to midnight. Storms moving toward Indianapolis, Franklin, Bloomington, and eventually toward Princeton and Harrisonburg. Again, defined line of storms producing mainly damaging winds. Again, maybe a brief tornado. Eventually, by 1 in the morning, storms will be moving through southern and eastern parts of Indiana, and as well as even toward Kentucky. And eventually, by 2 to 3 in the morning, those storms are all moving towards Cincinnati, with some gusty winds, maybe an isolated damaging wind still existent. And then eventually, by the morning, this is by 7 in the morning, storms will be moving into Ohio and West Virginia, with some gusty winds still remaining. And then tomorrow's risk of severe weather ramps up during the afternoon, which we can't go that far out yet. But again, that risk of severe weather tomorrow is quite concerning for the damaging wind threat. As of right now, there is a 45% probability of damaging winds near Baltimore, Charlottesville, Washington, D.C. This is a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius. So there's going to be numerous to widespread damaging winds on the East Coast tomorrow. I'll try to have a video on this in the morning. I don't know, again, if I'll go live tomorrow, but we will see. I'm not 100% sure yet. My voice is starting to kind of lose itself after doing 2 long live streams now, and even that's kind of a 50-50 for me. When I think about next year's severe weather season, I'm not going to the future forecast that far out. Some people do winter forecasts and like these fall forecasts and all this other stuff. And I did a summer forecast, and I've done a fall forecast before, or not fall forecast, but I've done a summer and a winter forecast before. I did a summer forecast this past summer. It's actually been pretty accurate so far, believe it or not. The winter forecast I did, I don't remember if it was accurate. I never looked back at it, but like, I just feel like a lot of those things are kind of for hype. Just kind of get excited for winter. So I kind of steer away from it. If there's some sort of logical reason to make a weather forecast like that based on like the winter, I'll consider it. I might make one the upcoming weeks, just because this winter will definitely be interesting, with it being an El Nino pattern. And yeah, it'll be definitely a different winter. It's probably gonna be colder than average across much of the United States this winter. It will not be the coldest winter on record, most likely, by any means. It's not gonna be like an extreme winter. I mean, we'll have extreme weather, but it's not gonna be extreme all winter. But there'll be some interesting stuff to talk about. I'll probably make a forecast on it at some point, but again, it's not going to be like anything that crazy. Jake, if you're on the line, I would say like 3%, right? I mean, the NATO cast, something that people sometimes look at on Twitter and stuff. NATO cast has actually a 2%, 3%, and a 5% probability. They're not the Storm Prediction Center; they're a separate entity, but they put those things out there. When you're on the cusp of a 5% or 2%, honestly lean toward the 5% and, be more prepared than not, because, being on the 5, I mean, the risk really, either way, it's not really that big of a difference. But if you're on the cusp, I would just, treat it as if it's a 5% probability. But I mean, like, I can go to the severe weather here and show you for today. This is the tornado risk. Let's just say I'm in Marshall. I mean, Marshall technically is in the 5%, but like Castle Finn, for example, like they're right on the cusp. Just go with the 5%, right? Just be safe than sorry. Make sure you have the tornado action plan in place and all that. But, yeah. I mean, if you really want to get super, super, super specific, you could zoom in and at least on Radar Omega, and you can literally see like different locations, like the BFR airport over here or Crawford. Let's say I live in this house here. I'm technically not in the tornado risk. Don't think that, because there's still there's necessarily still a tornado risk there. But, I mean, you can really get specific on this with the satellite imagery. See, like, the homes here, whatnot. There's not that many, but, you know, you get what I mean. Don't try to overcomplicate it. Just pretend you're in that risk either way. And all these storms will be moving to the southeast, producing damaging winds through southern Indiana. Again, damaging winds being the main concern, up to 70 miles per hour for the rest of the night. Lightning will be possible. There is still a chance for a brief tornado over the next couple hours. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case. Friendly reminder, again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe to the channel as well. Click that red button. Subscribe. We're 8 subscribers away from 63,300. So I would appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. But otherwise, I think I'm going to end the stream there. Again, the severe weather is going to be mainly damaging winds from here on out. And I do want to rest my voice up just in case I do go live tomorrow. So I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the 14 new members today. I really do appreciate all those that joined the Velocities today. If you want to join the Velocities, you can click the top link in the description or click the join button if you're on Windows. Become a member of our YouTube channel. For as little as $2.99 a month, you get a chat badge and many other things like exclusive forecasts and bloopers access and all that sort of stuff. If you enjoyed this live stream as well, you can donate down in the description below. There's many links to that. We also have a Linktree link that links you to literally everything, including our other social media pages. We're on Twitter, Facebook, all sorts of platforms. Make sure to follow us on there. We also have a Discord server. I'll put the link to that in the chat. It's going to be from Nightbot. You can check that out. But again, make sure to check all that stuff out. We also have a fan mail thing. If you ever want to send some envelope or something of, you know, whatever, like a picture. I don't know. We have a fan mail link down below. So if you ever have anything you want to send, you can always send it to that. Again, that's the Linktree link. So click the Linktree link that links you to everything to check out that. All right, I'm losing my voice, so I want to get out of here. But thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate it. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again soon. Again, if I go live tomorrow, make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified if and when I go live. I don't know if I will yet. We'll see. But if I don't go live, then just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. And again, have a tornado action plan in place just in case. And make sure you take the proper precautions tonight. And again, we'll see you guys all again soon. Thanks for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again soon.